All right. Good evening, everybody. I feel like you already know where this is going. I'm late. I did announce this twice on Twitter at a brutal lineup that I was in, and then it's just been a bit of a tough a tough evening in terms of getting things set up. So I was originally going to do Out There Oceans of Time, and I was actually like right before hitting start. I was thinking of queuing it up, but there's two things. One, I actually had quite a bit of fun on the birthday stream, so that was, I was thinking a little bit about that, and then I kind of felt like I could use with a change of pace tonight, and particularly because Monday I may be taking that off. I figured that this may be one of the less disruptive days for me to to do something a little bit different from my normal style. Also, I seem to have a somewhat unexpectedly positive response to playing Quake. So it kind of seemed to be I was it's basically a coin toss between that and Out There, and at least for now, I figured it might be nice to try and get a little bit of momentum behind. Um, behind the Quake playthrough, especially because I'm playing it on a difficulty well beyond anything that I probably should be. So my apologies if you don't like me playing that sort of thing. I do know. Actually, you know what? Sorry, I need to change a quick thing on my broadcast settings because it is a mature game, and I probably should be tagging it as such. But yeah, I realize I have gotten some feedback every once in a while that a couple of the games that I've played in the past have been a bit violent for what people normally care for, and I don't want to so I'm sort of split on that, right? Is that I do think there's value in trying the things that I think would be good or things that I would enjoy, but I also don't want to completely pull the rug out from people otherwise. So hopefully it's a good one. We'll see how this goes. But yeah, if this is something a little too far off from what I normally do, I assure you it will not become like a regular well, like regular enough in the sense that I would prefer to complete Quake if I can, but I'm not going to go out of my way to like make it a weekly thing. One other, hey Elgrids, good to see you. One other thing that's a little bit of a kind of a disincentive almost for this particular game is the soundtrack is not streamable. So I do get copyright notices when I upload this. So far as I can tell, it's not a strike. Like they're fine to just sort of keep the money for themselves or advertise or whatever it is. So that is always something I'm a little conscious about in terms of the game. No pennies for me, exactly. It is such a good soundtrack, though. Yeah, there isn't an option to I should try multiplayer at some point. I'm sure there's a few people in cool. Okay, yes. So, just maybe a reminder for those of you who may not recall the birthday stream. I decided to play this. Now, it's not my first exposure to Quake, as is obvious from the fact that I was able to get the Doom definitely is a really good soundtrack as well. I was rather sorry to hear about how the relationship between at least the lead composer Mick Gordon and it wasn't Machine that did Doom. I don't think it was id though either. In any case, it was a shame to sort of hear how that relationship fell apart. It does seem to be that Mick Gordon perhaps did not cover himself in glory in terms of his behavior on that. And I mean, the thing I always want to be careful about on these things is I don't want to be too harsh on anyone because I don't know the details. But it is also true that I don't. I never want to become one of those people who's like, oh, they make music that I like, and so they can't do things that are bad, right? Like, it is possible to be very good at something and also kind of need to, I don't know, do some growing up. But yeah, so I mean, it's a shame because obviously that was a really, really good collaboration that produced a pretty good soundtrack and a really fun GDC talk. But it does seem that we'll have to find something new. Although I was reading, maybe just before we jump into the game proper, I did want to sort of just introduce where we're at with the playthrough. But obviously, if you've been checking out my essentially shower thoughts on Twitter, so I did see the new the teaser, not the new teaser, but I saw the teaser for the Oppenheimer film. So I was looking forward to this. I am actually not one of the people who just immediately obsesses about Christopher Nolan. I have a tremendous respect for him as a filmmaker. Didn't really care what he had to say for Eyes Wide Shut. Actually, I don't quite agree with him in terms of the state of that film. But I mean, again, differences of opinion are kind of what makes the world interesting. But like, I haven't seen Interstellar, and I think there's another one that he's done that I haven't watched. From what I understand, he's actually quite difficult to work with as well, at least based on. So I think he did. Is it Insomnia? It's the Al Pacino movie he did. I know he did that in Vancouver, so I got a little bit of a sort of a second or third hand account, and I think there's a reason why he doesn't work with Wally Feister, although I also think Wally Feister might be busy doing his own thing as well. But yeah, like I like the Batman movies, but I don't consider them to be sort of like, I think that the pendulum swung a little too far the other way, and I think sometimes they maybe get a little too much credit, let's say. So, you know, again, an incredibly impressive filmmaker, somebody who's really capable of doing some really worthwhile stuff. That I mean, his movies are a wonderful reason to go out to the movie theaters if you can, you know, both financially but also safety wise. But yeah, I mean, the subject is just so interesting, and particularly because I know I always share, or don't always, but I frequently share the books that I'm reading. I think I might have mentioned this one before, but I had to return this to the library, but I pretty much put myself on a hold back again. I'm on the last 2 or 3 chapters of The Man from the Future, The Visionary Life of John von Neumann, which is, who's the author? This name's covered on the, I think it's Ayano Bhattacharya? Neo Bhattacharya. So I've definitely gone past the Manhattan Project. Like, we're well on to and through computing, and we're kind of I'm sort of through the tail end of the game theory chapter, and I think Cellular Automata are the last. I think they're the last one to go. But anyways, John von Neumann's obviously a really impressive guy himself. You know, something of an understatement. But obviously, you know, just reading about this stuff, it's kind of got me in mind of it, and so I'd known that Oppenheimer was sort of the next big project. It's actually one that almost wound up at Apple. So again, I don't want to fall too far down the auteur rabbit hole, but from what I understand, the relationship with Warner Brothers was quite strained after Tenet, and I think it's largely because. So first of all, I do know that Nolan was scheduled to get a certain amount off of the the gross for the film, not the net, I seem to recall. And obviously, some disagreements in terms of when it should be released, and COVID and all of that were a concern. But then apparently there was no consultation on the agreement with HBO Max and sort of the release of the Warner Brothers films on that effectively at the same time that they were in cinemas. So it's probably not too surprising to find out that he shopped around. Now, I believe the condition for Oppenheimer is that it has to have like a 100-day window before it goes on any streaming services. So I suspect that might have been sort of a deal breaker for the Apple offering. Although you never know, right? Like certainly Netflix has successfully released things in theaters. I'm pretty sure you have to do that if you want to have a shot at an Academy Award. But it was Universal that picked it up, which sort of surprised me because Universal's not, at least when I was more paying attention to this stuff, like Warner Brothers is definitely one that seems to be pretty well known for having solid relationships with formidable creative talent. So Stanley Kubrick, obviously my favorite. A lot of his films, not all of them, but most of them were Warner Brothers. I think Clint Eastwood does all of his stuff through Warner's. Used to be the case that Nolan would work through them. And I don't know, like when you think of Universal, like it's not that like Universal pictures are bad or anything like that, but like what's the... Oh, do I not keep my weapons from between the levels? I guess not. But yeah, like I'm just trying to sit down and think, like I know there's like Universal Studios, sort of like the theme park, but I'm trying to think of like, what's the real big like, oh yeah, Universal, I gotta check that out. They always put out like great stuff. It's not, all the studios are perfectly capable of making good movies, but like I'm really trying to think like what comes to mind when I see that Universal logo and I'm like, yeah, that's like the best movie ever. And that might just be a failure of my imagination, because let's face it, there's a lot of movies out there. But yeah, they picked up. I'm not terribly knowledgeable about the various company, but you're a Lionsgate fan. Canadian, Vancouver-based, actually. I think they may now have a headquarters in Los Angeles, because I sort of feel like you have to. But yeah, no, Lionsgate has its origins in Vancouver, BC, and they definitely punched above their weight for a really long time, and then I sort of think they've sort of filled into into sort of the stature that maybe their track record would imply. Although I think they tried to get into gaming and suffered some losses off of that. But yeah, I mean, let's face it, entertainment's hard. Yeah, no, Lionsgate's a good one. Lionsgate's a good one because I remember I got to walk by some of their offices on a show that I worked on, which was cool. They also were really close to a camera rental house. It used to, so Claremont Camera doesn't exist anymore. I think they're, oh God, I can't remember what company bought up their assets. I'm pretty sure it would. Well, I definitely met Denny Claremont, and I think he was the one who died, but I'm pretty sure the Claremonts were brothers. And yeah, I'm pretty sure one of them died, and I think the other one just decided to sell off the company. Anyways, it was an impressive one. Like, Panavision's probably the best known one. You could never buy Panavision cameras. You could only rent them. I believe the only person who owns a Panavision camera is Steven Spielberg, because I think they gave him sort of a special Panavision. Panavision actually was, I think, was near bankruptcy, and they got bought out by private equity. So it's also a question in terms of what they're doing there. I don't believe they're producing film cameras anymore. I think they're keeping the existing ones that they have, but I think they're kind of doubling down on the Genesis, assuming that they even just continue in the camera game. They may just be a normal rental house otherwise. But yeah, Claremont kind of felt like if you weren't getting the Panavision stuff, Claremont was like, if you were on a good show, that's where you'd go to get like the really good gear, and then like I definitely can remember a couple of shows where it was obvious that the budget was tight, not least because of what I was getting paid. Like still a union rate, but like not like the minimum union rate. And like I'd go to this place which I hadn't heard, because like I was used to like going to these two places. I kind of thought they were the only camera rental places, and I found out, oh no, this is where the people who can't can't write big checks go. So that was kind of funny. Although I seem to remember Claremont sort of had its like its C tier gear. I can remember, I can definitely remember a wide range of gear that I tried from it. Anyways, I don't even know why I went down this rabbit hole. Movies. Yeah, Oppenheimer. Sorry. So yeah, it's an interesting subject. It happens to be related to some reading that I was doing. Tell me the quality of the production by the quality of the morning bagel. Actually, the only show where I didn't feel that the food was very good was one where I was working for free, and like I can actually remember, I specifically remember that the crew almost walked out because like it wasn't just a food quality thing, but it was like the amount. Like I'm pretty sure we were working close to 16-hour days on that, and it was kind of like, a bowl of fruit for breakfast. There wasn't really much in the way of craft service. Sandwich on like the for lunch, and then there was like dinner was sort of your own business, but if we went particularly late, it would be like it would be like a pizza or something like that, which again, like for me, I didn't know any better, so I was like, yeah, I'm happy I don't have to pay for for dinner, yay. But like when I actually started like working on paid gigs and stuff like that, also, I was one of the few people who wasn't being paid. It turns out that even like the rest of the camera department was absolutely getting a token amount, but certainly like they were pretty clear. It's like, yeah, you definitely should be asking to get paid, especially for something like this. But yeah, like when I started working on like a real show, it was like the sandwiches come out between like breakfast and lunch. Like I kind of wondered why somebody was joking like during lunch hour when like everybody had like one like kind of half of a sandwich. So he said, it's like, oh, sandwiches came later today. And like that was basically everybody who knew what the hell was going on sort of commenting on how appallingly bad the setup was. To be honest, like it was a director producer. I don't know where the money for this thing came from. I actually still have a letter that said I had like shares in the film. I have not even bothered. I don't even know if the thing ever got released, but I seem to remember the guy really liked throwing his hat on the ground. Like that was his thing. He definitely had like the baseball cap, because there just seems to be a thing about like directors and baseball caps. Interestingly enough, not something I've ever heard about Christopher Nolan. So far as I can tell, the one thing I hear about him is that apparently he has like a flask of tea, which is just like miraculously always full, and that is his thing. Like he's a perpetual tea drinker. So Spike Lee, Spielberg, definitely. I definitely think there's some early like 80s and 90s James Cameron. I've seen some ball caps. I was reading one of David Mamet's books on filmmaking, and apparently he talks about the privilege of the backwards baseball cap as sort of a symbol of authority, because of course one cannot have the bill interfering with the eyepiece, so one might have to turn the cap backwards in order to be able to look through. And of course the only people who should be looking through are the director of photography, the camera operator, and the director. And so if you if you just happen to quote unquote forget to put your you know what, I can jump into the game. I'll finish the Oppenheimer thoughts and all of that, but I'll do it while I'm shooting some bad guys, because it's been 15 minutes or so, probably longer. But yeah, so I like I said, I have played a little bit of Quake before, and it's obviously not my first exposure to Quake because I knew how to unlock the nightmare mode, but or whatever the difficulty is. But I'm certainly not good enough to actually handle it. I don't know. I like chatting. It also gives me a chance to sort of, particularly when I start really late. It's actually not bad to. It's not bad to give people a chance to sort of file in. But I was wanting to see if I could sort of sustain conversations while I could go through. So far as I can tell, I don't think I've ever tried anything beyond the first level. Come to think of it, I don't know if I ever finished the first world. But yeah, the second episode, Realm of Black Magic. You know what? This actually reminds me a bit of the Wolfenstein, like the original Wolfenstein 3D that they put in the Machine Games one, where that had episodes too. So I wonder. I suppose that was just the done thing when they made Quake. But yeah, Realm of Black Magic, ancient castles and strange beasts ahead. And we'll see if we can get through this before the oh god. We'll see if we can get through this before the end of the night. Yeah. Okay, well. So one thing I don't like about this, I should probably take out the guys with the shotguns. There we go. Okay, don't have the key. Jesus. If I die this early in, I need to change games. Anyways, yeah, sorry. The movie talk. So, yeah, I mean, this guy. So, to their credit, like one of the things I don't really like is if you dislike someone, this does not necessarily mean that they are completely without virtue. And it's hard to admit because, like, when you really dislike someone, you want to hold on to that dislike. But I remember there was one line in this thing where, like, it's kind of it's one of these shows where it's obviously like the guy pretty much their entire life experience was watching like 90s independent films. It's like yet another heist show where there's a bunch of people who all have they all have like they're all like it's this case of money that kind of winds up in a bunch of different characters' hands for one reason or another. But like I remember there being like one line that was really memorable, and like it's even hard for me to articulate like why it was, but like there's these two guys, they've kind of wound up with a case full of money. And they're talking about it, and like one of them was like, you can actually smell it, and I was like, oh, that's actually a pretty good line, because it's like, when you think of film, I think the reason why it was so first of all, the actor did a pretty good delivery of it, but I think second of all, it's just that is not a scent that's normally engaged in films, right? I know there was like the experiment with like some variety of smell-o-vision or whatever it was called, but like for the most part, scent is an incredibly powerful sense for memory, but it is definitely not one that we recognize as often. And so far as I can tell, that's an insight from psychology as well. That's not just me like asserting things about scent. I believe that is kind of a recognized feature. But yeah, so like the delivery was pretty good, and I was like, oh, that's actually pretty good. Like that's engaging a sense that that's engaging a sense that you don't normally see associated with cinema. And then like the rest of it was completely forgettable and clearly the guy really didn't have a lot to say, and it showed. And I mean, I guess if you don't have a lot to say, you become the kind of guy who will throw your hat on the ground when things don't go your way. And I mean, I get it, right? Like, so far as I can tell, he was financing the thing. So I guess if you want to play like the big man and, like that's your chance to sort of cosplay as a director. Maybe that explains the behavior, but like clearly this is not a George Lucas struggling to keep the crew on what turned out to be a very influential film, i.e. Star Wars, later retitled to A New Hope. This is a guy who is not a very sympathetic character behaving in a not very sympathetic way, and people kind of I don't know, recognizing, responding to. It was a very forgettable film, save for the fact that I kind of got an indication that I may not become a director, but I definitely don't want to. Definitely don't want to become that if I do. I think was probably my takeaway. But yeah, I did want to talk about Oppenheimer. So, like I said, it's a big subject, and it's one that I think has a lot of exciting potential for it, for sure. And not just because of the talent behind it, although really, really impressive cast. Cillian Murphy, who is far too beautiful to be Robert Oppenheimer, but he is the option. But I know some of you saw. Saw on Twitter the my discovery of the. One of the things I'm finding crazy about Google lately is the messages they'll or like the recommended searches that they'll do based on your search. I think I was looking. I remember I was looking for the cast so I could see who was going to play John von Neumann, if there was a John von Neumann in it. But yeah, so the search item that I saw was what was it? I put it in the tweet, but it's like, is Oppenheimer related to Tenet? Like, that there's more than like movies at a library, right? But then I was thinking about it, like, given that I don't know how many of you have seen the movie Sunshine. I've definitely talked about it a few times, but Cillian Murphy actually plays. So Sunshine's a 2007 movie, directed by Danny Boyle, written by Alex Garland. Alex Garland would later go on to become a writer-director and did Ex Machina, as well as a really good TV series, Devs. And I've not seen Annihilation yet, but people say that that's also very good. But Cillian Murphy, so the kind of premise for Sunshine is that there is that Earth's sun is the sun, the only one we have, is dying, and there was a crew that was sent out to reignite it, basically using an explosive. And the first crew failed. They don't know what happened, but they know that the sun isn't reignited, and so it's about the second team that's coming out, and the physicist on the ship, whose last name is Kappa, and I wanted to say Robert Kappa, but I believe Robert Kappa was a war photographer. Actually, I can verify that because I've got his book. Yes, Robert Kappa is the name of the photographer, not the physicist in Sunshine. But yeah, so he is the theoretical physicist who designed the bomb that is supposed to reignite the sun. And so after I wrote my little like snobby tweet about how dumb it is that people are searching to see whether or not Oppenheimer, a biopic of J. Robert Oppenheimer, the sort of head scientist behind the Manhattan Project, who didn't was a very impressive figure, but perhaps did not have the sort of scientific pedigree that you would associate with someone who's leading sort of a scientific team of that caliber, but I believe was attached to it because of his very broad interests, and actually seems to be very absolutely seems to have been the right man for the job. But yeah, in any case, obviously a very big subject, right? The man who ultimately saw or oversaw the creation of one of the most terrifying weapons that humankind has ever created. Sometimes you need generals to work around specialists. Yeah, I mean, to Oppenheimer's credit, like he is an undeniably and uniquely gifted intellect. But from what I understand, there was actually a concern about his ability to command the respect of the team, which I believe might have included Nobel Prize winners. But yeah, absolutely. In his case, because his interests were so broad, and because this is not just a theory project. This is absolutely something that needs to create a device which was intended to end the war, and I mean ultimately did, perhaps not in the way that they could quite expected, but yeah, I mean, needless to say, it's a pretty. I think it's a very exciting prospect for a film, and it's clearly got a lot of very talented people behind it. But the reason why I was bringing it up was that it's the second. So far as I can tell, I don't know if this will be a permanent rift, but it seems that the collaboration between Hans Zimmer and Christopher Nolan is done. Zimmer was sort of touring, and then had an opportunity to do Dune, so he turned down Tenet, and the article I read said that the response was not particularly good. Apparently Nolan did not take that well. I think they may be on speaking terms still, but it is the composer of Tenet, whose name escapes me right now. I think he's Swedish, but I really like the soundtrack for it. So I'm kind of interested to see, because like Tenet is a spy thriller, so it's obviously a very different kind of subject, and it'd kind of be interesting to see what that composer brings to the table. But yeah, I actually think like Tenet's one, got a very good soundtrack, but number two, soundtrack actually integrates really well with that Travis Scott song that they made for it, The Plan. I don't know if that was intentional, or if they sort of made some adjustments to the soundtrack after they heard the Scott track, or if Travis Scott just happened to really... I mean, certainly both the composer and Nolan talked about how well Travis Scott seemed to sort of capture the feeling of the film in that song. And I think that is a very fair assessment, as somebody who both enjoyed the movie and the song. But yeah, like it's one of these things where I mean, absolutely no disrespect to Hans Zimmer, who certainly is a very storied and talented composer. I sometimes wonder how much of the credit of some of the people who work under him sometimes gets directed towards him, because the film composition game is a really, really tough racket, and it sometimes feels very appropriate to call it a racket. But that'll maybe be a story for another time. But the thing is that I don't actually wonder what the Hans Zimmer score for Tenet would have been. And I think sometimes the reason why I brought all this stuff up was just to talk about Mick Gordon, is that you can be sad to know that some stuff hasn't happened, right? but it does sometimes open up the possibility, right? Like, just because something's a tradition, there are things that can become new traditions. There can be some things that are, that have run their course, and that it may be time to try something new. And I think in the case of the Tenet score, I don't think it suffered because Zimmer had other preoccupations. That's how it worked. The one at the top of the pyramid is supported by all the others, but the main one to get hit by the sunlight. Absolutely. I mean, that's also true for films, right? So I'm talking about Christopher Nolan films, and certainly he's somebody who has a certain stamp. And I mean, to his credit, at least he's one of those people who does write and direct. Things that like local communities do. It's like somebody had, I think it was like a cancer patient or something like that, or there had been an accident or something, and you know, um, kind of sight unseen put something like $50,000 or something like that inside the jar. And this is just one of these things. It's like, now clearly, like wherever this story came from, like obviously it got out, but like it's one of these things where like it's not like there's a reporter there to watch that. It's not like there is any reward. And I mean, to a certain extent, for the money that he makes, you know, that's even not necessarily a significant sacrifice. But it's one of those things that, you know, didn't have to be done and doesn't necessarily have that. Like there's no reward other than like just trying to make a bad thing better for someone. And you know, there's a few of those, but like on the other hand, like the look of relief on Nicole Kidman's face following the divorce proceedings, and you know, all those other stories, like there's probably also the darker side, which we haven't necessarily heard about either. So the one thing is that like I know Tom Cruise is sometimes an easier target, although absolutely no denying the talent. I think I haven't seen Maverick, but like as a producer, he's actually really good. Cruise Wagner Productions was an interesting thing, and just the range too, right? Like his role in Tropic Thunder was like amazing. Oh, Ryan Reynolds, Vancouver guy. But the other one that actually I'm a little uncomfortable with Mel Gibson is that like the audio recording speaks for itself, and I don't know, like there's just something about anti-Semitism, which is a unique kind of ugliness that I feel like uniquely repelled by. But the other thing about Gibson that I always feel a little uncomfortable, like whenever like there's, I think he's kind of used as like a shorthand for like really terrible people. And I guess the one thing I'm really uncomfortable about with that is that he was an alcoholic, and that definitely seems to be like, again, that's not going to explain or justify the way he behaved, but like I just sort of think that in his case there is a kind of almost viciousness. Like that might be the wrong way of putting it, but like I just feel kind of uncomfortable about the fact that somebody who almost certainly was struggling with alcohol at the time a recording was made. And then I know the judge sort of talked about some extenuating circumstances regarding the police stop and that. Again, he absolutely has to answer for what he said, and none of this lets him off the hook. But I do also just kind of think there's a side of me about the Mel Gibson story. One, because of specifically the people who kind of came out sort of for him when he was sort of persona non grata, like people like Jodie Foster. But again, like these people can be in moral error. I certainly have. I mean, you know, I've kind of talked about some people I've wound up regretting, you know, trying to give the recommendation for, because they wind up to be not very nice or on you know, when you watch their channel. So, you know, again, I'm perfectly capable of erring in terms of the you know, the character judgments I make, and that can be the same for some of these other figures. But I think the one thing that I always have a little bit of pause for is specifically the alcoholism, because I just really feel like that doesn't come up enough. And like it's a health thing, right? It is a condition. I understand it's one of these things that can be used a little too much as like an excuse, or you know, oh, well, this guy made movies that I like, so I'm going to try and excuse him. Absolutely none of that's going on there. But it's one of these cases where I've always been a little wary, jumping on the you know, Mel Gibson's a jerk train a little too a little too quickly. I have a hard time getting past the ugliness Gibson put out. He feels a bit fanatic and yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's not just the acting. Like, he is an incredible directing talent, right? Like, so... Oh, God. Yeah, that was not that was not gonna go any other way. But yeah, I mean, he's a hardcore Republican, deeply Catholic in his views. You know, again, you can struggle with alcohol. You can, but like the way he talked specifically to that woman. Again, given all the stresses that are talked about in that relationship, and the fact that it was a very difficult and ugly divorce. It's just like there is a set of, I guess the way I always think about on this stuff is that there is a certain set of circumstances where I want to put a damper on my sort of my like reflect, like basically using someone as a byword for a terrible person. Because again, if you're high profile and somebody in bad faith is recording something that you're doing, I mean, everybody knows this trick, right? Like, you take a Discord message and you snip the exculpatory parts and you just put out the worst thing that someone said, or you find someone in a bad moment in their career, and then you happen to mention, oh yeah, and then they did this thing, and like all of a sudden, like now they get fired instead of a warning because it just happens to be that they're already in a bit of trouble. And but yeah, like I said, I don't want to I definitely don't want to come off as trying to excuse or like soften the blow on Gibson. I think there is a factor that probably should be brought up a little bit more. And just because I think, like, to a certain extent, how often do we really talk about alcoholism and the impact that it has? I mean, again, maybe for some background, like, I certainly would not consider myself a member of this anymore. And in fact, I know very well the problems people will have. Where do you come from? But I was actually raised in a Salvation Army household. So I've worked in the community services and like the thrift store and stuff like that. And that was, I'm working with alcoholics, recovering alcoholics. That was a thing. So it may also just be that there's a certain part of my background where I maybe have a soft spot, for lack of a better term. When someone's a big old jerk to me, or anyone that doesn't deserve it, I have the hardest, like, not expecting them to be a jerk. Yeah, no, indefinite. Like, here's the thing, like, Mel Gibson's super Republican, hardcore Catholic, an incredible filmmaker, a very good actor, and I suspect that he will continue to make very good movies. And it would not surprise me at all if he had another incident where he said something that really upset people, and for good reason. Like, it upsets people justifiably. So, like I said, I am not even remotely trying to excuse him. Yeah, exactly. And like I said, that's the thing. He still needs to account for what he still needs to account for what he said. Like, I have said things that I would, I would, if outside of the heat of the moment, probably want to put in a kinder way. But I haven't brought race into it at any point. There are some words I don't think I'll ever say under any circumstances. So, it's one of those ones, again, I don't necessarily have the proper frame of reference for understanding exactly what someone goes through. But yeah, I don't think you're wrong to point that out, right? Like, there is at least some thought process which leads to that, and that does need to be answered for. Although, for what it's worth, I think I already told the story. The one, I mean, now everybody knows this, but the one guy who I personally thought was a jackass based on an actual encounter is Steven Seagal. And of course now I think he's like a Russian apologist or Putin apologist. So, I just get to say I was a little early on that one. Yeah, I mean that probably comes as a surprise to no one. I was listening to a podcast going over the stuff he's lied about and oh god, yeah, I didn't know. Christ! All right. So I probably should be paying better attention. Oh no! No. God. I had the quad damage. Yeah. There's the quad damage that I got the last time. I wanted to get that again. I didn't appreciate that it locked you in with the beastie. One of the big difficulties I have on these kinds of discussions are, this friend doesn't really talk to me anymore, and to be honest, I really don't feel like I lost something, but they'd always, just kind of say to something like that, it's like, well, this is something that doesn't require nuance. And I'm like, well, I don't know, I don't want to, like I said, I don't think my job, and I don't think it's my place, and I don't think the goal here is to let Mel Gibson or Tom Cruise or anybody else who's done something, bad, or allegedly done something bad in the cases where there's some ambiguity. I don't think the purpose is to let anybody off the hook. But there is a kind of discourse that we have. Oh, how am I supposed to get past this? All right. Ah! All right. Yeah, I don't know. I always just kind of thinking it's so if this isn't a celebrity, right? If this is just someone ordinary. So again, that's one of the reasons why I want to bring up the alcoholism with Mel Gibson is if this was somebody who is a recovering alcoholic, would you have said the same thing about them? Is generally kind of the point that I'm trying to make. And what I tend to find is that it's really, really hard to sell people on the idea that it's anything other than an apologia for somebody who maybe makes movies that I like. And fair enough. It could be that the answer to this stuff is that it is irrelevant and it's past the point. We should only be discussing the bad sides of it, and that is a position to be held. But because I sort of feel like we definitely have a stronger tendency now to sort of rubberneck and to really like to have the main character on Twitter and such. I always think there is some value in at least indicating some of the humanity behind it, even if in the end we still say, but this is still beyond, still beyond the pale. Like, there is no defending this, there is no excusing this. I just think, being able to establish the context and being able to sort of talk about the person is equally important, because I definitely feel like a lot of internet discussion, or what passes for it, tends to extract the human from it, and it's just so much easier, right, to be able to just be able to crap all over sort of this disembodied entity. Yeah, and that's just it, right? Like, it's not. There's a difference between an excuse and at least being able to establish the context. Because, like, I don't know, maybe it's better. Maybe this is the context that I'm failing to establish. Like, I think there is a meaningful difference between, say, yeah, I'm still not grabbing those. Like, someone going in cold with a really hateful or bigoted, or I guess it's the same thing, but like, saying something that just like to the absolute core, like, attacks you to the very core of your person. Like I said, there's a difference between that happening kind of cold and then there being the circumstances surrounding. I mean, that's kind of the distinction courts make, right? Because, like, there's a range of sentences for things, and clearly we treat, crimes are punished when there is guilt, but obviously the severity of the circumstances are sort of taken into account, and I think that's a side of I think that's sometimes a side of the conversation we lose sight of. But, like, again, I don't necessarily disagree with anything that you've said there, Decree. So I probably should be paying a little more attention to what's going on, because this is where I got clobbered last time. Oh, God. The thing is, those zombies also get resurrected, so unless I can find a way to get the grenades shot at them. Oh wow, that's such a quick resurrection too. Not again! I'm gonna run out of shotgun ammo before this is done. Oh, Jesus. Woo! But yeah, like I said, I mean, just maybe it's probably just as well to kind of close off the thread. Like, I want to be really clear. Like, anybody who's been discussed here, and I'll include Christopher Nolan in that too. Like, because honestly, you're making movies, right? You're not curing disease. You're not preventing wars. They're films. They're entertainment products. Nobody should feel belittled, making a project, right? But yeah, like, I just want to be clear. If I haven't been clear before, none of the people discussed are excused or sort of, I guess when I say are treated lightly, it's just sort of establishing the overall I mean, it's sort of the same way that, like, okay, maybe here's the example I'd give. I have had friends say things to me in anger, and I will admit the friendship is different. I definitely trust them less for some things. But I also think there is, like, I also don't want to be the sort of person who just keeps an eternal grudge. And, you know, it's, I guess that's the analogy that I would draw, which is that there can, you know, circumstance does have something of a weighting effect in terms of why things happen the way that they did. So even if somebody says or does something unforgivable, you know, I personally find some value in at least understanding the circumstances under which people behave the way that they do. And I think in the end, it's kind of, you know, maybe it's just there, but for the grace of God go I, right? Because like we were talking about Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer tried to poison his tutor. It required his intervention from his parents. William S. Burroughs shot his wife. Yeah, well, James Wood, like, so there's something weird about Mel Gibson and James Woods, who, like, played these really interesting sort of rebellious. So I'm thinking, like, Salvador and The Night of Living Dangerously. I think they kind of came out roughly around the same time, sort of these interesting sort of international affairs kind of stories. And, like, again, both of them really hardcore Republicans who I probably would not get along with in person. But yeah, I don't know. Like it's people are complicated, and we do tend to treat celebrities differently. And because I generally have difficulty with the way that we treat celebrity. In fact, so I was actually going to mention with Takri, because I definitely didn't want to talk about heavy stuff with you originally, Takri. I was just going to say I was actually really delighted that you said that you were trying to write a little bit more, or it at least implied that you were trying to write a little bit more, because I'm definitely not trying to like flog you into writing. But I was kind of happy to hear that apparently some of my enthusiasm might have rubbed off. I don't want to be taking credit to your effort. But like might be the way to do. Oh crap, now I got to know what you oh yeah, sorry, flogging. It took Algren's response to sorry. Yeah, systemchalk.exe is stopped running. It is blue screened. But yeah, I shared I shared like a sort of a writing sample with Takrita to just try and show it's like, you know, when I say I'm writing every day, this doesn't mean that I'm writing well. But I'm also just coming clean because I've sort of expressed these ideas elsewhere. But like, if I'm honest, I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that a lot of our so I kind of wish that that is a great animated emote. Actually, there'll be a detail I sort of share about that later, but maybe after I get a level down. But I'm a little uncomfortable with how much of an aspiration becoming an influencer is. And I gotta appreciate I'm a bit of a hypocrite on this, right? Because it's not just that I stream, but it's that I stream like 3 times a week. I put at least 9 hours, usually more, a week into it. And then, of course, there's the time that I spend recording the YouTube episodes that I do. And there's more YouTube stuff I want to try and record as well. And that's a lot of time. And that's a lot of time that I could be spending on all of the other things I say that I want to do or that I'm making sort of partial progress on. And it's also true that I don't think the ideal number of influencers in the world is 0. It's just that I kind of feel like I want to become an influencer is sort of today's version of I want to become an actor, or I want to become a rock star, or, like that sort of stuff. And it's like, I don't know, is the highest we can sort of aspire to. Like sometimes it's just I want something that seems like an easy job, or I want to be famous. It's like, well, is it like, is the fame really the target, or is it like, do you want to have accomplished something to have earned that fame? Like it's, I don't know, like it's just one of these things that I always find a bit weird in terms of priorities. And this is hardly new, right? I mean, this is as old as one of the pre-Socratic philosophers that I did, like a paper, or like, just a homework assignment, not a scholarly article by any stretch of the imagination, but was oh Jesus, I can never remember. I think it's Xenophanes. Xenophon is the general, Xenophanes is the philosopher, I believe, but I think he's like one of the first ones to sort of have something that would resemble like almost like a monotheistic kind of a look. This is the time when everybody's got like their ideal element, but like he has the whole like, meh, everybody likes sports stars and nobody likes philosophers kind of complaint. Like this is as old as ancient Greece and even before that. So it's like this has clearly been a complaint for pretty much any thinking person since time immemorial. And I think probably if we were so smart, we'd maybe be able to answer, and maybe we would be able to identify why perhaps it's not necessarily a problem, and that maybe it's just us being a little too aggressive in our own preferences. But I don't know, just because there is so much emphasis that gets sort of placed on that, and I guess attention without accomplishment maybe would be the way to go. And again, that's a little too harsh on broadcasters, because like the people who do well, like there's a lot of work that goes behind that. And they clearly have got a talent for something. It may not be something that I necessarily like, but there's definitely something going on there, and they have something that isn't necessarily in ready supply. Even if some people get very lucky. But I guess because I have those concerns, and like I sometimes maybe dwell a little bit too much on our priorities, particularly with regards to fame and approximations of it. I try to be a little bit more thoughtful in terms of how I engage with celebrity. And sometimes that means, again, maybe trying to find the humanity where it's not needed or called for. Like maybe it is just enough to kind of condemn it and move on, and, just say, well, I feel really good that I'm not, Mel Gibson or something like that. But I think maybe to me, the antidote has always been to just try and recognize that there is a person behind that. It's a person who might be in a very unique set and privileged set of circumstances. But to still recognize that there are features that are very human, and probably ones that I have exhibited at some points in my life. Although again, like anti-Semitism is a certain kind of ugliness that I have a particular sort of, it is one of the things that like I feel. There's also some kind of gendered insults that like I actually kind of just feel it when I hear them, like physically. So there are definitely some things that I react more strongly to than others. But again, I think probably where a lot of this stuff comes from is just my effort to try and have a healthier relationship with celebrity and reporting on celebrity. And I think it sometimes leads me to say things that probably makes me sound like I think differently than I actually do on these issues. But I don't know. I'm doing my best. There's another detail I was going to bring up, but I think that was just going to be my effort to try and close that particular topic, and instead talk about how fun Quake is and how I'm totally not going to get destroyed at the start of this level. So the critical one, I'm actually going to take a quick second here and show. So this is one of the emotes that's locked behind the higher tier. But because it seems to be just a handful of us tonight, I mean, I'm sure it'll come up on YouTube, but, and like, please don't take this as like something that I want people to like go out of their way to change. Because like there's a way of saying this that sounds super needy, and that, oh my God. There's a second? You can't take this guy at a distance, but you can't get into melee range either. But yeah, one thing I tend to notice, and probably more so on YouTube, but this was definitely true for some of the strategy stuff I streamed as well. More often than not, if I'm gonna hear a compliment on like doing something clever, it will usually only be after somebody's tried to tell me what to do, and I've said, yeah, but if I do that, then X, Y, and Z, and then like I pull off something kind of impressive, and then every once in a while someone will say, oh, I didn't know that happened. That's so disappointing. But yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is, and again, please don't change it. Like let compliments be natural. I will be fine. But I actually, and again, I need to acknowledge that Takri is here, who's very, very generous with her compliments. But I will actually often hear how to do something that I'm already capable of, like that I already know how to do, much more often than I'll hear, oh wow, that's really cool that you did that. I didn't know, or like, hey, you're pretty good at this thing, or whatever. And I always feel really wary about mentioning that fact. Because, like, number one, I don't know, like, I don't feel like there's enough broadcasters to have, like, a cult of personality around them, and that's probably never a good spot to be in. But I guess the one reason why I always feel a little... Yeah. Or with that in mind, like, I just don't want it to be, like, constant adoration, and that's the only thing that I'm... I don't want that to be, like, the only thing that I hear, because, like, that's just going to turn me into a jerk. Or at the very least, it will put me under a set of conditions where I'm more likely to become a jerk. But, like, on the other hand, like, I sometimes in my, I don't know, my heart of hearts, I sometimes feel I don't get enough credit for some of the stuff I'm actually genuinely good at. And I think especially relative to the number of times, like, I won't highlight the specific comment, but Kree might have seen it, I was kind of talking about an optimal strategy on something. And it's like, I'll admit, I wasn't even trying to be false, but I was sort of couching it with a little more uncertainty than I actually do. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I think I have an ideal painting strategy for Cultist Simulator. And I more or less said it. And then there's like a comment that comes afterwards that says, I found the ideal strategy, and it's like exactly what I had said on the comment above. And I'm like, do I just get no credit for what I just said here? Is it like, is this the, time for me to teach you this game that you've been playing since, since its early prototype? But yeah, so like, I don't know, it's my, I don't get enough respect kind of complaint. And the thing is that it's a hard one to articulate. Like, honestly, if it wasn't just kind of, I actually don't have the total viewership in front of me, so there might be more people here than, that was a complete waste of ammo. But like, just cause, it's a kind of a group of people, we kind of know each other a little bit better, I think. Oh, Jesus, what I'm gonna do. one of the reasons I've felt it's actually very difficult for me to articulate this is oh, thank you, Algrins. I do actually have a learn to play Cultist Simulator video. I'll actually mention that the designer has actually shared one of the Steam streams with someone that they shared the game with, which made me feel very happy. There's actually another compliment that they gave about the streams that I sort of cherished. But like I said, so the reason why I'm bringing this up now, and specifically because of your natural one, is it's hard not to bring this stuff up without sort of sounding like you just want storms of applause or constant praise, or that you consider yourself above criticism. Because I genuinely do not think that. Most of the time, I've gotten better at stuff by like recognizing a oh, it turns out there is a quick save button. You know, by finding an error or having an error pointed out and being able to correct it. It's more difficult on the internet because obviously on the internet everybody, you know, has an opinion, and it doesn't matter if they've thought of all of 5 seconds on something that you've put like weeks of effort into. You know, they're going to think that their idea is brilliant because they thought of it. But yeah, so like it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't problem, right? Where if you talk about it, it just, there's always going to be someone who's like, oh yeah, can't take criticism. You know, he just wants everybody to praise him. What a big head. He thinks he's smarter than everybody else. And I'm like, yes, I am smarter than all of you, darn it. But I don't actually think that. Like the one thing I will say though is that like I do sometimes the one thing I've actually found occasionally is that people try to imply a higher degree of familiarity than is necessarily deserved by like sassing the broadcaster. That's always a really dangerous place to be, because if you've already been annoying in chat and again, this is why I'm specifically talking to this subset of people who are here. I should maybe take a look to see who's in chat, but we will spend a little bit more time on the game after this is closed down. But yeah, like the biggest thing is that I think it's important not to take oneself too seriously, and it's why I like it's why I really like that natural one. I actually don't know. I realize that natural one is supposed to refer to like without the modifications, but like clearly if a die is being rolled, it's only going to be a natural one, and it's only going to be a natural 20. And so I don't know why I call it a natural 1 or a natural 20 when I actually see this physical device. Yeah, well, actually, you're not the one I was thinking with. I mean, again, we learned this stuff. Like, the biggest thing here is, like I said, I do not want to be the kind of person who holds grudges. It's the people who've been told and keep doing it that actually drives me nuts. And it's a context thing, right? Like if I've had a really crummy day and the game is like really getting on my nerves and I've already had like two or three other things to deal with, you know, I'm probably going to be a little bit less, like it could be a genuinely funny joke and I'm just not in a condition to be able to handle that, right? Yeah, but like, please, Algren, like I 100%, if I actually had forgotten about it, and I feel a little bit bad going down this path now. So I can assure you, if I wanted to reopen that, you would know. And I also think that everybody should think less of me if I did. So please, like, push it out of your mind. I'm genuinely happy to see you here, and like, you're absolutely not the person I had in mind when I brought this up. But I hope you actually take it as a signal that I am willing to talk about this stuff while you're here, as an indication that, you know, I feel comfortable speaking more freely about this stuff. Again, this is the nice thing about streaming stuff that is out of my usual wheelhouse, or like because I've been talking too much that the usual Quake people may not care for the stream that much. But yeah, like yeah, it's one of these things where I was going with it, right? Is that like I actually do think there's a way to like institutionalize a bit of fun. Like obviously I've got my own little subversion of that where I've put the you're allowed to mock the streamer, but you have to have the most expensive tier to be able to do that. Although I think you can get that with bits, can't you? Maybe you can. I'm not sure, but but yeah, like that's see like the role of one is that's the sort of stuff that I like because it's a recognition of the stumble, right? Like to create, doing a really clever. I don't know if I guess it's not a double entendre. I guess it was more of an innuendo. But the again, the fact that I completely didn't register it. I guess that kind of goes in line with my with my too wholesome for my own good persona. I am definitely not like open enough tonight to talk about my dating history, but suffice to say I have had way too okay, so first of all, I'm not exactly a prize as far as looks or anything like that. Not terrible, like nothing nothing no I'm definitely, I'm probably not as much of a choir boy as I might seem to be, but I'm definitely pretty tame. But yeah, like again, like I'm no prize, but like I'm also not like uniquely repellent. I don't know, average. Statistically, I'm probably average. But suffice to say, in my history, I have had some truly cringe-inducing obliviousness to people who, in retrospect, were very interested, and I was certainly very interested in them, and just completely failed to register. So I don't have beard anymore. I shave the beard because I have to go into work now, so I'm wearing an N95 mask. But in protest, I have a cheeky horseshoe mustache. So I've seen you. Oh, looking for other games you played and you want to watch. Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about. And I'm not going to say any more because that's like the secret room. But anyway, yeah. What I had been meaning to talk about was not my complete failure in the dating department, but rather the again, due to my obliviousness as much as anything, although not exclusively. Okay, this is probably gonna suck. Holy crap! Just tries to put the pin back in. But yeah, just again in terms of like respect, admiration, sassing the streamer on stream, etc. Oh God. I think there's a lot of suck just everywhere in this level, and I'm gonna have to learn to deal with it. Honestly, at this point, ammo is like one of the bigger worries. I also feel like the ogres are basically nail sponges, so... But yeah, so like stuff like, you know, the choir boy blush and all of that. Like honestly, some of that stuff just gets down to stuff that I know about myself as like a person, which are kind of fun to laugh at. Because like, I don't know, like it's fun to, I guess I can be like some weird like neckbeard type who like always talks about how he can't get a date or something like that. And that's like super unattractive and uninteresting. Or I can laugh about, you know, a nice conversation with a lady who very clearly wished to introduce me to the pleasures of the flesh, and I completely fail to register this fact, leading to the frustration of everyone involved. Not to, you know, go into too much detail, although I think that ship's already sailed. Okay, so I think that's designed to chase me out. So if I just say, I do not acknowledge your authority. Yeah, it's still closed. So I'm basically just going to have to run. Like, until I get something explosive, I basically just need to try and dodge the zombie bits. Whee! Oh god, those are living. Okay. Apparently I can swim faster than them, though. This level hates me. I just want to find that... Oh, cool. Oh! Oh god! I just want to find where I got that... Oh, Christ. I don't know where I found that grenade launcher. Okay, I'm gonna run back into that terrible place one more time just to make sure that I'm not missing anything important. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, I guess overall I just hope I hope I haven't come off as too self-pitying or self-important or anything along those lines. But I did want to share why I found that I did want to take a second to share why I found that roll of one particularly amusing, because like that is genuinely the kind of sass I like quite a bit, because it's sort of a recognition of the absurdity of the moment. Like, I don't know, like I'm pretty sure if I say cool, not so cool. Okay, so bring it, nerds. So I pretty much gave up all my armor for that, but so there's always little tells, like the torches are I mean, so one thing I just do is like run in, but I used to sort of think it's like, oh, does that? Okay, yeah. I always used to think it's like, how do you find the secrets in games like this? Like, do you just like get a manual somewhere and like you have to be in the know? And it's like, there are actually little hints that the game does wind up giving you. A portal lies beyond, okay. But how do I... They're like, you were clever enough to figure out the first part. So now we're gonna make you waste this health figuring out the second part. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure the level designer would have figured incessant whacking of the walls is an obvious strategy people would have tried. Well, guess I'm stuck here. But yeah, I've gotten slightly better at finding this kind of stuff. Oh, that was close. There we go. Ah, Jesus. I guess I need like a double or quad or however much damage to really use the nail gun on this thing. Used to run along with the wireframe map up in Doom, mashing E on every wall. I didn't realize there was a wireframe map on Doom. Oh. I need to remember that grenades are not melee weapons. I'm a little more reluctant to sort of like move through the level as I normally would, because I know I've made some progress and it's taken me some effort. You're kidding me. Oh God. I just need to pound as much. No. Ah. Wow. All right. I need to reconsider my strategy on ogres, it seems. I feel like there are some lessons in terms of ideal sort of weapon enemy combos that the game's trying to tell me with the ammo placement. I mean, again, this is on like you're an idiot for picking this difficulty, but crit roll emotes are useful in so many situations. Self crit, those are rare. All right, now is the audience interaction part of the stream. What are some favorite movies, chat? Because I was busy talking about Christopher Nolan and auteurs and Universal Studios, and ideally this is not just a one-way conversation. Tell me some of the stuff that interests you. What's some of the stuff that you like? If you actually, you don't have to do this, but if you're looking for a prompt, that was probably not a smart idea actually, because the zombies will show up soon, I think. Yeah, there they are. Whee! 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 If you have to like pick a movie and like you need to establish yourself as the chooser of good flicks, like what's the one movie that you like, you know you're gonna have them like eating out of the palm of your hand if you get people to watch it? Crow's a really good one. I mean, I guess The Crow kind of counts as like a comic book movie before comic book movies were a thing. I like the comic too. Obviously the two are really different, but and obviously tragic what happened in the filming. But Really, really good film. Good soundtrack, too. Doesn't change your answer. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the movie, it sounds like such a stupid thing to criticize it on, but it does, like, I kind of cringe every time I see that scene. It's when the trick-or-treaters are running by and he starts laughing alongside them. I've never really liked that moment. It's like the one thing, if I could edit something out of The Crow, it would be that specific moment, because it drives me crazy. And that's probably just me being a clown, but that is definitely not something I'm gonna, like, that does not even remotely count as something that something I would, like, say flawed masterpiece to. It's like, no, it's a great movie. Sorry, I just saw your message, Kree, and then the big man showed up. Okay, lesson: grenades are not the done thing. Don't watch a whole bunch of movies. Sometimes it doesn't make me watch it with them, but a few that I used to watch time were Stay, The Attic Expeditions, and Waking Life. Man, Waking Life, that is a deep cut, and I love that choice to create. Waking Life is super cool. That's the Richard Linklater movie, which has, like, the rotoscoped animation, right? I've got a couple of fun details about that one if you want to hear it, actually. I never would have thought I would have heard of somebody refer to Waking Life without me, like, prompting it. Yeah, it absolutely is. So, did you watch the other Richard Linklater film that took a similar approach, Scanner Darkly? That was the one with Keanu Reeves and Robert Downey Jr. and Woody Harrelson, and surprisingly star-studded cast for what's basically kind of an indie film. I mean, I think that was actually Warner Independent, so it's like pseudo. Nah, it still counts as indie. How on earth am I supposed to handle that? That is ridiculous. Oh. It's close to the end, obviously, but man. Okay, so you'll notice that, like, even though it uses the same animation style, like, those two movies look very different. So what's kind of funny about Waking Life is it's a good one. Like, it's very indie, Allgrins. I think that was like a 2000s one. Like, it wasn't the first wave of, like, you know, 90s, 2000s kind of we all grew up in video stores and, like, watched a whole bunch of old classic movies, and that was our film school kind of stuff. But the fun little detail about Waking Life, I think it's a fun detail about Waking Life anyway, is that one of the reasons, so yes, there's the, like, you know, there's technological progress. Obviously, they were able to sort of take the lessons from Waking Life, but one of the lessons that they learned from Waking Life was they didn't spend a lot of money, like, lighting the scenes in Waking Life, and the logic was that because it's going to be rotoscoped anyway, the animators would just add the, you know, the lighting and sort of the detail afterwards, right? Like, I guess it's a little bit like, I don't know a ton about how comics are made, but, like, from what I understand, there's, like, the penciling and then there's the inking, and, like, you know, there's the well, I guess if I want to talk about, like, old indie movies, I guess Chasing Amy, which didn't necessarily age particularly well, but you know, there's, like, a whole thing about tracing in that. But yeah, the I know there's a Black Knight or something. There we go. But yeah, so basically they didn't light any of Waking Life other than like the most like basic amount that they could to, you know, just make sure that, you know, they had a clean image to work from. But you'll notice, again, Waking Life is wonderful, and I love the visual style, but I think it's fair to say that it is actually a pretty flat movie. Like, it's not... the animation... Oh, wow. I never knew that they could, like... Oh, that's... I gotta remember that. So apparently, if there's friendly fire, they get pissed off and, like, start attacking each other. I'm gonna have to remember that. Yeah, like, obviously it's a very stylistic movie, so, I mean, it may even just be that, you know, if you're somebody who worked in camera and you focus a lot on cinematography, you know, you may, like, harp on that for Waking Life and everybody else just enjoys the movie. But yeah, they actually took the time and effort to properly light A Scanner Darkly, even though they were going to apply the exact same animation technique to it, specifically because I don't know what I thought I was going to accomplish there. But yeah, it was basically to it was an acknowledgement of the fact that the animators actually do tend to just animate what they see. And yeah, actually, I found out one of the reasons for that in Waking Life was apparently they had different teams of animators working on the rotoscoping. So in one sense, it was a stylistic choice, but it was also a stylistic choice to try and address the fact that if they didn't do that, they would probably have to keep a lot more uniformity among teams that, you know, had neither the time nor the inclination to like be stuck with a certain like house style, I guess. So that's another reason for it. But yeah, Waking Life, actually the other thing that's kind of neat about it is a lot of the aerial shots are from balloons to sort of create the dreamlike quality, which is not something I knew until I started reading a little bit more about it. But if you like the style of Waking Life, and it's not just the art style, Richard Linklater's, I think his first movie, at the very least his breakout movie, which I only saw after I'd seen all those other ones, Slacker, is pretty decent. Although that is 100% like, if you show that to a certain group of people, they're gonna think you're pretentious. So it is an acquired taste, but I don't know. I like Waking Life. I like Slacker. Oh, I guess Dazed and Confused might have been before Slacker. Anyways. System.exe has failed me a couple of times tonight, so I'm feeling a little less confident on my command of old movies. Oh, come on. Don't usually watch unless someone makes you. So did you watch Waking Life Under Protest, or was that one that you I suppose that's probably one that when one is partaking in a particular let us say, my former home province's most notorious crop. I have a feeling that that's a movie that probably comes up more often than alternatives. But again, Choir Boy. I've only ever watched stuff sober, so can't say I've had the pleasure. No protest, just not your idea. I mean, that does also sort of tie to some of the previous conversations that we had before, because Christopher Nolan kind of came up out of that time period. So like, he'd done a short called Doodlebug, then a black and white independent called Following. Then he did Memento, which still counts as that was still an independent film. And it was Steven Soderbergh who sort of seems to sort of jump between sort of big studio films and and definitely things of a more indie flair. So like, he'll do Ocean's 11, but then he'll also do something like Schizopolis, or Traffic, I guess, is considered an independent film. But yeah, like he definitely seems to kind of do a bit of each. And I think he was, after Memento, he was sort of responsible for getting Nolan in touch with some of the, I guess it would have been the people at Warner's that sort of enabled some of the films that he's better known for. Obviously, Batman being like the really big one. Like, obviously, Insomnia is a little bit closer to something like Memento, but if there was any doubts, I'd say probably. Oh God, I don't know how I survived this. Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to leg it. I'm not quite sure how I hit myself with that, but Waking Life stoned was pretty intense. I wouldn't recommend it for the first time, but honestly, you kind of feel stoned watching it even sober. Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely a movie about dreams, so I definitely think that is a very much the intent and a reflection of the filmmaking, but wouldn't be able to say from experience. Did we talk about Videodrome? I watched that again recently. That is definitely not a 90s film. I'm pretty sure that movie's older than me, but like, first of all, that movie is for perverts, but other than that, like, it's really good. That's actually also James Woods, now that I think of it. And Deborah Harry, I don't know if that was her first film or not, but definitely does a really good job. Oof. This is going to be hard to work my way out of. I can't remember if I got those nails down below. I may want to risk it just so I'm prepared for the nightmare that's about to... Okay, actually there's a couple things I'm gonna do. Run for your life, my friend. I'm pretty sure on any of the normal difficulties for this game, those zombies do not actually throw flesh. Okay, actually here's a better one. So I don't know if either of you see, so maybe I should first answer, have either of you seen Videodrome? And if not, have you seen Videodrome's trailer? Because I figure if I've already got the copyright claim, maybe a good time to subject you to that glorious, that glorious piece of marketing. Okay, so, instead of fussing around trying to find... Actually, there's one thing I'll do. Jesus, that's a hard target. You're kidding me. I'm trying to get this thing to, like, potentially blow the... Okay, not worth it. I was wondering if I could just blow my way through the wall. So, I'm going to try and use this extra health. I already blew it. Going to try and use it to run the gauntlet. Oh, but I've got the fight with a Shambler, and this thing's already down to 100, so I had the right idea, but I was way too early on. I was way too early on going for it. Still, the armor's nice, even if I did sort of bang it up. Yes. Haven't seen the whole thing. Pretty sure you've seen the trailer and heard a bunch of people talk about it. Okay, cool. It's mostly just if nobody had seen the trailer, I was absolutely going to subject you to that delightful Commodore 64 fever dream. Yeah, I don't know how I thought I was gonna... I don't know how I thought I was going to be able to carry the surplus health into the hard bit. Yeah, Cronenberg is a wonderful Canadian filmmaker. Although, I always kind of like to compare him to David Lynch in the sense that, like, his whole thing is not just, like, weird and disturbing movies. Like, he can actually play it straight, too. So, like, A History of Violence and, I think, Eastern Promises are pretty... Well, I mean, by his standards, pretty conventional and good. I was trying to switch the super nail gun. Yeah, like, body horror isn't necessarily a genre that I like go out of my way to see, but he does it really well. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can go without grabbing that armor till after I clear out these jokers. Well, I can, but potentially dying. One I actually really liked was Dead Ringers. Ugh. No. Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay. So I'm gonna try and avoid, yeah. So I'm gonna try and get my ducks in a row for the, I'm sorry, there's something that seems to be lagging my, my session, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Normally there's like an update. Ooh, that's bad. What on earth just hit my computer? So I'm just going to take a second here because it is actually sort of affecting my ability to play the game. Okay, Steam's behaving. What gives? Okay, we seem to be back to normal. You know what? I'm just gonna let them deal with each other for a bit. Oh, but the zombies are gonna come and eat me. Okay, looks like the fiend one. Yeah. Okay. So, let's think a little bit about how I'm going to approach this. So, okay, sorry. I just got hit by that again. Let me quickly bring up my system settings. What's going on here? Actually, you know what? I can make my life a little easier by closing some applications. Sorry, I realize it's tedious to have to watch a broadcaster do maintenance while they're live, but I'm pretty sure if I close the Xbox app, I'm going to pretty sure if I close the Xbox app, I'm gonna lose my connection here, but okay, so here's the logic. I'm gonna clear out the, I think they're called shamblers. So I'm gonna clear out the shambler in the other room. Oh, come on. I used to nail these guys in one hit. I don't think that guy's gonna come back. And stay down. Um, but yeah, so sorry, ladies, but I'm nailing the Shambler. I'm gonna grab the extra nails from downstairs, assuming I survive this. I'm gonna clear out as much as I can. God, I can't aim. So I'm basically going to clear everything out up here, and I'm going to get both the surplus health and the red armor. And that'll hopefully get me through this terrible gauntlet. Well, that or they've just got a capable computer and they know how to set stuff up, but... I am way too much of a hack to be able to... Okay, so I think hopping into the drink is the first thing I want to do, because that will... Oh, you know what? That lets me... So that's one or two less enemies I need to deal with when the nightmare comes. Nuts. Ooh. Close. Am I just lying to myself about being able to... No, I'm probably looking up too high. Yeah, no, that's just wasting ammo. Okay, nails first. Wow. I was not thinking. Nails first, then armor, then health, and then we run the gauntlet. I better hope I remember how to get where I want to go. Okay, we jump in the water here to get the armor. All right, let's make this happen. And I'm not quick saving because I'm a He-Man John Gamerson gamer. Want to guess how much I really wish I had nails right now? Oh God! Skills. Didn't even get a heart rate notification on my watch. Oh crap, I forgot that I still need to deal with this! Ah! There could still be a shambler around the corner by the... Ah! Oh yeah, I could end the level if I was a wimp. Oh, he is gonna kill me. How much you want to bet that unlocked the... How much you want to bet that that unlocked the room or that portal elsewhere? I'm totally going for it. Really bad at shooting games, so it's impressive just to see someone play. Um, I don't think I'm terrible at them, but like obviously I'm playing this on a difficulty that is much higher than I think uh, is like reasonable for me. Like this is definitely above what I. Yup. Welcome to extra hard mode. Also what I call System Shock After Dark. I did not want to switch to that nail gun. No, no! I'm gonna switch to the super in a second if I have to, but it's gonna make me mad. Brain doesn't work that fast. You can't think about aiming and dodging and moving. Yeah, so the challenge I have is I don't know if I'm actually any fun to listen to. So you still play shooters even though you're not great at them. You're playing Halo earlier as your Xbox. You finally fixed your lag issue with Cat 7. I'm not sure what Cat 7 is, but I'm glad the Xbox Series X is actually the first console I've owned. Like, sorry, I have a DS, but like I feel like a DS doesn't really count as a... Oh wow, it's been a while since I've seen one of these guys. I feel like a DS is probably not what people are thinking of when they say console. So. Wah! That's unfair. Is there any help up here? No. Ah, gotcha. Ole! I think I've seen movies on the internet that remind me of this. I need to remember grenades are not melee weapons. So I don't think I have... Yeah. I'm just trying to preserve the nails, but that has its own costs. Oh, Jesus, what is that? Okay. Bring it, nerd. Nyah, nyah, nyah. Well, something about preserving nails. Ole. Okay, I don't know where that guy came from. Oh, Christ! How many of these things can they get? Oh, God. Okay. It's like every corner there's like a brand new terrifying enemy that... I actually kind of wonder, like... Level design is very different. Like, again, I'm just saying this on the basis of so many internet threads for... It's like the gamer equivalent of the good old days. This is not good. That was so close to working. But yeah, wrong way. But yeah, like the good old days versions of these posts are usually something along the lines of like, you know, here's what a level from Daggerfall looked like. Here's what a level from Skyrim looks like. And like Skyrim is considerably more linear. But like I've played Daggerfall and I was miserable. Like I love the ambition of the game at the very start. And then I actually kept playing it. And it was too much. It's just too much. It's definitely one of those cases where it may not be good, but there sure is a lot of it. And again, like, I'm happy I played Daggerfall. That is probably something worth giving a try at least. How in the world? We need Oppenheimer to give us a ruling on that physics. But yeah, so I don't know, like, what, if anything, is learned from these kinds of levels in, sort of modern shooters. But, like, I can also kind of see, like, acknowledging that probably for a while, the engines likely needed to consider the fact that, like, not everybody was running on a high-end machine. I suspect there's probably a very specific reason why there's a bunch of, like, winding corners, because, like, obviously, like, this isn't Battlefield, right? It doesn't have to render a wide-open, you know, like a wide-open field with destructible terrain and, you know, everything we kind of take for granted. But like, instead of this being like, oh god, these levels are like so... So I mean, I guess you wouldn't really have a point of reference to the contrary anyway, but like, I think I can afford to use the nails now. But like, obviously this works so well for Quake just because I... What did I think was going to happen there? Maybe they'll kill each other while I explore there. So I'm saving this for when I have a good opportunity. But yeah, so like, you know, small levels like this are probably a way that you're sort of using the resources you have available better. And like, clearly for a modern game, or like for a modern system, you wouldn't have to necessarily worry about this. But instead of it being you know, instead of it seeming very dated, like, the effect here is almost like, oh Jesus, like, what is the game gonna throw at me next? I'm really worried. Oh, it's so close to taking those guys out. I think I need to try and snag the health here. Oh crap, that's not health. Oh jeez, they got a really lucky grenade in there. Alright, I gotta see if there's something else up here, because this is getting a little scary. Nope. Nope, I messed it up. Okay. So, plan B. So that was a really stupid thing I just did that wasted the ammo. Okay, now we get the quad. I kind of got to make hay with the quad before. I think we're at the end. Still, that was a pretty decent showing. Whoa! Was that one of mine? I can't even be mad. I'm impressed that I was able to cell phone that way. Okay, sorry. Daggerfall dungeons are messy. They're made to be confusing and well dungeony. And Halo coined the combat puzzle. I do enjoy seeing strategic pushes they try to make you do in these older games. For sure. I actually heard that Halo originally was supposed to be a real-time strategy game. Sorry, I really need just a sip of coffee. Better still, why sip when I can gulp? All right. Whoops. Rude. Okay. I don't think it's ever going to happen, especially now that Bungie is owned by Sony. I'd actually kind of like to see Bungie try real-time strategy again, because they did. They did. It was almost like a Total War game, but like without the strategic component. I think it was called Myth. There were like 3 Myth games, I think, but I don't know if Bungie did all of them. Then, of course, there was the origins of Halo, and aren't there any regular knights anymore? Yeah, so I guess there's just the 2, but like it's clear that it's something that like Bungie has shown interest in the past and is obviously capable of doing. So there's always kind of those what ifs, in my mind at least. Where is the... There we go. I'll confess, I still haven't tried, I haven't gotten to the end of Halo because I've tried the Anniversary or Collector's Edition or whatever they call it. I gotta find like a hazard suit, I think. But a little bit like I did on this one, I tried Legendary. It's like, how hard could it be, right? Extremely hard is the answer. That's unfair. I'm pretty sure that would have ended me if that landed. But yeah, I don't know, like you see something like that, you see sort of the background of sort of past Bungie projects. And I think it's kind of clear that at least at some point that has been an interest for the studio in the past, even if they have ultimately moved elsewhere and discovered something they want to do even more. And so it's sometimes cool to see or to imagine, you know, a developer sort of being able to realize a long-standing but maybe not entirely fulfilled ambition. But I mean, again, like, what console developer is, or sorry, console maker is going to say, oh yes, you know, our very expensive acquisition absolutely needs to be, you know, developing in the genre that has traditionally never translated well to console. With the exception of Tooth and Tail, but I don't know if they played. I still remember poo-pooing Halo originally. What kind of shooter can be played on a joystick? Keep that crap to the flying games. And you played every single Halo game with one friend. You started on the 360 with Halo 3, and as time went on, we went through all the others. So, if I recall correctly, Halo 3 was like one of the first times... This is such a cool puzzle. Also terrifying. OTSD was fun because of Nathan Fillion. But yeah, I feel like Halo 3 was like the really big Microsoft effort to do like a ton of user research, and like they had psychologists like paying players to or like watching players while the level was going through. I seem to remember like a lot of articles going on about that. And it definitely has led me to the belief, the sincere belief, that gamers basically want easy games that they can claim are hard, which I think is basically the description of Dark Souls. I decidedly, I don't think it's bad that games are easy. I think for the most part that those are our revealed preferences, but my God, we made it. Although I am curious about that that button. So I think you all remember that every Halo game on Legendary, so many restarts in certain levels. Yeah, I actually lost a bunch of progress due to I didn't realize like restart meant like restart the whole level all over again. So I lost quite a bit of progress, and then I haven't touched the console in a while. I actually feel kind of bad for getting the Series X, not because I don't enjoy it. Actually, I think it's a cool machine, and I'm happy I get the chance to play some console stuff because I feel like that's been a big. They really had to pick this like borderline pornographic trap, didn't they? Sorry, just give me a second here. It's not Trent Reznor, but I don't know. That's one Google search. Hopefully, that's a close enough approximation. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure what level that was, but that was an education. I'm a little curious how close I am to the end. Oh, sir. So, I think the lesson here is, so what is this level called? The Ebon Fortress? Yeah, sorry, Kree. I probably should have played Out There Beyond or Oceans of Time if I was gonna go late. Thank you very much for hanging out with me, particularly because it was more of a proto just chatting stream today, and obviously it's nice to have friendly faces for those. So thank you very much, as always. And I'm sure I will see you on the Twitters if I don't see you. If I don't see you on. Ah! Yeah, something tells me I'm not going to be one of these ASMR streams while I do. While I do Quake. You know, just try and lull you all to a nice sense of sleep. Oh no, it's gonna kill me! Probably not the best for that. But yeah, no, thank you very much for hanging out. Quick remind, actually, maybe now is not a bad time to remind everybody that I am debating on actually taking the holiday on Monday. So if I'm not around on Monday, that is partly by design, although I do reserve the right to overwork myself and stream on the day. It depends how I feel. But stay as close to cool as you can, and I hope you have a very restful sleep, or at the very least you enjoy the sound of the baddies being splattered into 100 bits. I was wondering when I was going to get the rocket. Whoa. By the way, I will say, every once in a while, I have something of a kind of a heretical view on like old classic games. I'm gonna wait for the tricky bit. I also need to remember they have a pretty good aim for that, so I think I need to go in the middle. Actually, if memory serves, I used the grenade launcher here. Alright, that could have been worse. Okay, there's still a grenade dude somewhere up there. Sorry, I just need a minute to scratch my nose. That's a little too close to... There we go. It's like playing pool. I forgot about this spot. Oh yeah, especially on this difficulty. Ooh. Almost. Yeah, so I sometimes kind of have a deflate. No, I mean, I kind of get. I think whenever I'm a little more lukewarm on some of the like quote unquote classic stuff that I play, I always sort of recognize that I'm vulnerable to the accusation that I'm applying modern standards to old games, and I think to a certain extent that's like it's hard to argue, right? Because in the end, I'm going to play a game when I play it, and I'm going to have the benefit of the lessons learned. But the thing is that I also do think that there is such a thing as like an education. So like one of the things that's really nice about classic games is that it's the Wild West. They're able to try so much crazy stuff, and um, and like there aren't established genres, and maybe there's not quite the same sort of marketing efforts or need for a return. I think I'm going the wrong way. I'm wasting so much of my quad. Um, yeah, like so, I sort of feel like I sort of feel like there's two parts to this equation. That like in one sense, you've got a wonderful amount of experimentation, and you don't have quite the same demands that are being made of developers, which allows for maybe a little bit more freedom. And like even today, right? There's a bunch of old style games that are sort of being rediscovered as indies. Um, so like I guess Two Point Hospital is sort of like Theme Hospital, the old Bullfrog game. Sorry. Also depends what you're applying. If these touches are gonk, well, yeah, they were making things in Microsoft Paint. It's level design with some wild tricks they did to get a lot of levels to work and just insane out of the box thinking. Yeah. So like I try not. So I guess the thing is that I don't actually think it's bad to take modern standards and to apply them to old games, in the sense that I think what some modern games have done is taken the lessons from old games, and they've looked at what works and what doesn't. um, I mean, essentially there's kind of been the grammar that's been established, and sometimes the modern games have sort of realized maybe what some of these earlier games were trying to go for, but didn't quite have the language or the convention to express. Like a lot of UI for old games is just not very good, and I don't think like I don't know, like I don't feel the need to defend Milady's honor when I say that about things. So like XCOM, I really like the Firaxis XCOM. The Microprose XCOM, the original by Julian Gollop, can actually be quite difficult to get into. It's considerably more unforgiving. The AI plays to win, even in the face of like certain death. And like it asks a lot from you. And I don't necessarily think I don't think it's bad to like be honest about that, because there are games that ask a lot of you, and the question is like, is it worth it? Because like I'm just as happy for good modern game developers to play something like XCOM and say, "Oh, there's some really good ideas here. Like, let's take this thing, but let's maybe do this other thing differently." Like, I think that's progress. That's why games are good now, and they were good before. Um, but like on the other hand, like I'm not completely, like I'm not. I like to think that I'm not completely unfair to. Um, Yeah, exactly. Do you know how many opening rounds of XCOM where you started the mission and lost everyone coming out of the back? Yeah, exactly. Like, I, I like to think I've got something of a tolerance for difficulty. Hopefully that's evident here. But there's like, surely there is a limit to what. I don't think the biosuits for this area. Yep. That's a nasty, nasty trick. Oh, you monsters. I gotta kill this. Like, I don't even care if I can't, like, get the stuff back. I gotta kill that just in case I need to face it down later. We might be here all night if I do that. Why are you like this game? Jesus. I'm gonna have to start using the axe in a second. But yeah, my somewhat kind of deflationary view of classic gaming aside, like I'm genuinely enjoying. Okay, something opened. And clearly there is some way of getting a quad damage and a nice stack of health. I don't think so. Oh, you monsters. Aha. Of course, I don't have. Nice. Kind of wasting the quad, though. Okay, good. God, I have no idea where I'm going to get this key. One thing I'll say for the level design of this, there's some secrets that are put into modern games where, like, I just have no idea how you're supposed to read them. But, like, in this one, like, little things like, just take a look back, right? Look in the corner there. I feel like those are manageable puzzles. Now, I got to think about how I'm supposed to make it here. I mean, surely they don't expect me to go through the hazardous goop without a biosuit. Hmm. I heard an enemy, which didn't spark joy, but actually, it's possible I just screwed myself. Nope. Ah, clever. Okay, so they added this to make sure I didn't have to go through the hazardous material, I bet. Ah. Yeah, I thought Marie Kondo was a very fun kind of coinage. Possibly unintentional, but still fun. All right, so I definitely should know better than to feel comfortable. We got to be getting close to the end, though. If that fiend could take out the ogre, I'd be very grateful. Do you hear what he said about your mother? No. This game has done a wonderful job of making me feel very paranoid about every button I push. Ooh. I think there might be some armor for me back here somewhere. Kind of, but not in a way that's really accessible to me right now. So I just got to use the environment. I gotta find out who designed this level so I can. What was this one called again? Apparently there. Okay, the Ebon Fortress. Apparently there are achievements. Dirty pool, old man. I like it. No! Oh, so close. That wasn't so good for my health. Yeah, obviously that was the end of the level, but actually I am going to take a second and tab out. Wait, this is mission 4? I feel like I've been doing a lot more here. John Romero designed this. Yeah, so apparently there are 6 levels in this. Sounds like they're taking care of each other, so I'm gonna take the chance to get a few goodies. Too close? Okay. I gotta charge through because of the zombies behind. There we go. Oh, just one. Okay, I think that was where I was gonna get the quad damage, but I actually don't remember where the quad... No, now I do. Now I do. Okay, didn't exactly cover myself in glory there, but... Okay, I think that unlocked the fiend. One day, I am going to learn that rockets are not melee weapons. Today is absolutely not that day, though. But yeah, sorry, the thing I was trying to say before is like, while I do have a tendency to try to be as honest as I can with older games, and again, understanding the context, but maybe not feeling that it gives them sort of a full pass for falling short. In my view is that like when old games fall short, they fall short usually for understandable reasons. And that means that I don't beat it over the head about it, but I don't like, I also don't sort of sit down and say, oh, look at this brilliance, you know, this thing that's actually very annoying is in fact very good because it's old. Like, that's just not a helpful way of thinking about stuff. I've never tried Daikatana, so I know it has a fairly notorious reputation because of its marketing campaign, but that doesn't, like, obviously the marketing campaign doesn't necessarily have any bear any relation to the actual product, although I'm sure if the game lived up to expectations, people probably would have said as much. From what I understand, one of the big problems with that game was lots of ambition, but perhaps not the most realistic approach to like estimating when it could be completed. And so sort of apparently the version I've heard at least is that the sort of the medium sort of had sort of already passed the game by before it, like, it was there. So like I'm sure if they sort of delivered when they'd originally intended, it would have been fine. But because they delivered at the time that they did, what was new maybe wasn't, or what was supposed to be new perhaps wasn't. Oh, I gotta get out of this scoop. Okay. But again, it's pure speculation on my part. I guess the same thing would have happened to Duke Nukem Forever, which, like, started off being like a Quake 2 thing, and then, you know, several different variations of Unreal, and then, you know... Aka Granduro says Banjo-Tooie is a game that was much more popular at the time that just doesn't stand up anymore. I actually haven't played any of the... I'm assuming that's a sequel to Banjo-Kazooie, which is not a game I've played. Oh, interesting. So I have to hop over like that. Yeah, and then you hear the thing slide open. That's really neat. So I'm not gonna scoop up the goodies quite yet. That was kind of mean to put a zombie in a secret room, though. It was a sequel, cool. Okay, so I need to get back on that moving platform. Also, sorry, AK Grindero, or sorry if I'm mispronouncing. I don't know if I said hi or if I just thought hi, but welcome. Hopefully my stream of consciousness is not too off-putting. Ooh. A new Quake. I had no idea they were making a Quake remake. This is a modernized version, so higher resolution textures. It's integrated with Bethesda Net. Restores the original soundtrack, which I'm happy about because I think the opening theme's a banger, as the youth today would say. Are you kidding me? Oh no, right. But yeah, I was not aware that there was a proper. I wasn't aware there was a proper remake happening. Oh, cool. That'll be interesting to see. I mean, I have been talking about how into this I've been. Sorry, I forgot to get my. Now we're ready. Ah! 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 Where's the shambler? Come on. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to the... Yeah, then I think I wind up in that like arena down below, so I'll just make sure I'm prepared. I've got a pretty decent plug of health. 21 nails, so I gotta make them count. Not like this. Oh, gotta get the health. No! I keep trying to go for those. I keep trying to go for those health packs, and then I get bounced by the fiends. I'm gonna need to learn how to handle that better. Although, if I'm a little more efficient with my quad, I really feel like that secret is there to encourage me to wrap it up quickly. Yeah, sorry. The point I've been trying to make and like fail to get out is I actually think this holds up quite well. Like I'm obviously enjoying a modernized, lightly modernized version of this, but I don't think it's like unrecognizable from the original. I have like a GOG version, but I don't think it's a sin to enjoy slightly better textures and other modern conveniences. I feel like a Medieval is a game that's essentially John Romero's original vision of Quake or Daikatana. I think Kilgore Trout was playing that on the GOG channel recently. I must confess I'm not familiar. beat each other up for a little bit, I'm gonna go get some goodies. Oh. I'm actually gonna wait for the... I'm just gonna wait for the... Quake was originally meant to be a D&D style RPG that turned into a Doom clone. That's really interesting. Because, like, the design of this feels very... like, very much like a fully 3D version of Doom. Like, everything from the, like, the face... like, the face we see in the corner... so the placement of the gun, like a lot of the details here really do feel like this was an effort to sort of do a more, a technologically enhanced Doom. So it's interesting to hear that it had its origin sort of as an RPG. This may not be the best use. Yeah, actually, let me see if I can. Oh wait, no, I remember. Right, so I get some goodies here, and then I grab the double damage so I can do violence to the fiends. Bring it, you nerds. I'd say that's a pretty good use of the quad damage there. Ooh, all right. Ooh. There's more than one. Oh, wow. That was not good. They spent a year and a half trying to turn it into an RPG and failed, so they turned it into an FPS. I had no idea. It definitely does not feel... like, you can sort of see from the visual style, you can absolutely see them trying to do something like that. But it's really interesting to... like, I guess it's a little bit like Halo, how you kind of need to be told that that was going to be an RTS to sort of be able to pick up, oh yeah, I guess this is where this, this part probably would have turned into a battle or whatever. That's an interesting detail. I wonder if there's any... so one of the things that's been kind of neat, I guess this isn't exactly news, but some sort of like leaked versions of old games that were never released sort of being made available. So I think there's what do they call it? There's like a StarCraft... I don't think it was a first-person shooter. I think it was like more a third-person. Anyways, like there's an unreleased StarCraft game where apparently there's a few levels that people have been able to pick up. There's apparently a fairly complete version of the Warcraft adventure game, Lord of the Clans, which I believe a couple of like outlets actually did reviews for, which was kind of neat. Apparently, Lord of the Clans is more or less like in a release shape, and they just decided not to bring it out. The rest of the team was upset with Romero spending so much time on Quake. They made multiple games a year up until that point. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I'll confess, I'm really not that familiar with the development of Quake. Am I gonna... Oh god, this is gonna be upsetting if I die again in such an early spot. It's not looking good. I can get some more armor, but that's kind of picking my pocket for the later parts. So these zombies might take me out if I'm not careful. Oh, Jesus. Sorry for ignoring chat, but there we go. Oh god! I saw that disaster on its way and I could do nothing about it. Recommend the book Masters of Doom. Okay, cool, because that's one I've been meaning to read. My one regret, well actually there's a lot of regrets about going to where I live now, but in Vancouver they've got a beautiful big library. And it was great. Like, there were definitely some times where I think I'm just gonna let them work that out amongst themselves. There was definitely some points where there'd be something like kind of obscure. So there's definitely some finance books where I'd kind of have to go online and find either an international edition or sort of pay up. But like I could find some pretty narrow stuff, and they'd have it. Like the Vancouver Central Library looks like a coliseum, and it's like 6 floors, just full of books. It's beautiful. Like I have so many really fond memories of that place. And in contrast, I live in Ottawa now, and it's the nation's capital. And it does say that the Vancouver... So actually, one of our... the library near where... sort of near where I work is... it's actually one financed by a donation by Andrew Carnegie, which is kind of neat. Because I think like a lot of his U.S. philanthropy is well known, but it actually extended out to Canada as well. But... in any case, Sorry, I'm just gonna clean up the riffraff. I did not use that time well. You know what? But yeah, so I feel like Masters of Doom is something I would be able to find in the Vancouver Library, but I think like I was looking for American Prometheus, the biography of J. Robert Oppenheimer. Actually, I believe that's going to be the source material for the biopic, but probably not the only source. You know, it's kind of like, you know, Lincoln was based on a team of rivals, but clearly would have used other biographies as well. Yeah, so the thing is, like, a lot of stuff that I'd been meaning to read, like Masters of Doom, suddenly I'd sort of relied on their existence for so long in this like big wonderful library, and then the one in Ottawa says like it's the largest bilingual library in Eastern Canada or something like that. And it turns out like the bilingual in that is doing a lot of work, because there are some books I kind of expect to be standard for a library that aren't there. So like the American Prometheus, for instance, like that won a Pulitzer, and it's like, you know, big, almost 800-page tome about, clearly a very influential scientist. But yeah, it's so there's that, and Jason Schreier's book. So like I don't so okay, just as a preface, anything I have to say about games journalists is not the like ethics in games journalism rot that you hear. This is more just like some of it kind of comes off as kind of lazy and maybe not as well considered as what I would expect. And for a while I sort of painted that with a very broad brush. I think he might have gotten a little bit better, but one figure I was thinking of in particular was Brendan Sinclair for Game Informer, because I thought he had a tendency to write very alarmist articles that really did not support, like they weren't really supported by the facts once you kind of took a proper look. Okay. Oh, you just need to hit it. Okay, fair enough. I think I'll save that health for when maybe I really need it now. But yeah, like for a while I sort of like, it's like, okay, games journalist wrote a book. I'm sure it'll be full of, opinions. I may even find some of them interesting, but I don't really have time for something like this now. But I read some of Jason Schreier's stuff at Kotaku, thought it was quite good, particularly a lot of his labor relations stuff. And so I found out he's got two. Press Reset, sorry, Blood, Sweat, and Pixels is the first, and then Press Reset was the second. And I know he's at Bloomberg now, and again, doing a very good job there. So that's another one I've been meaning to read. But again, like if it's not available in my library, I'm less likely to read it just because I already have a bunch of stuff that I own that I haven't read yet, which I also want to catch up on. And when when I do read something that's outside of my library, or that's like my personal library, I usually want to do it when I'm just trying to think. I can come back for this. Yeah, like I kind of have the wrong incentives for. Just in terms of like picking up and buying new books. Long story short, though, that's definitely one that I want to read. Okay. I did not do myself any favors there, but I think I'll be able to see it through. Empires of Eve, not a fan of Eve Online, is probably your favorite book by a games journalist. Who wrote that? And I know I'm told I would really like Eve Online, and then I hear everybody complaining about Eve Online, and it makes me wonder if people just think I'm a jerk. But from what I understand, there are a lot of stories about Eve Online. Okay. Do you know what outlet he's with? Because that's not a name I'm immediately familiar with. Oh, Wired. Wired has one of the things that I work on in my real world job is telecom. And Wired has a truly amazing, epic article by Neil Stevenson called "In the Beginning Was the Command Line." No, sorry. In the Beginning Was the Command Line is his writing on Linux. God, what is it called? Mother Earth, Mother Board. It's like, if that thing was published in Wired, that has to be like, that had to be like the entire issue. Like, it is massive. Um, but it's about the laying of the flag, which at the time was, I think, the longest undersea cable. And essentially, it's entirely about sort of the deregulation of the telecommunications industries in individual countries, how sort of how companies actually manage such a large international undertaking that requires sort of the agreement of so many different countries, and still in a time when, you know, Bell, I'm sure probably at that point had already been split up, but like still held quite a bit of sway over sort of the shape of the telecom industry. Again, like, you have to, I mean, pretty much like anything that Stevenson writes, I probably won't come as a surprise to most people that I like his stuff, because he goes on for a bit and so do I. But yeah, like, just this really amazing and in-depth article on something that you would maybe strike you as a particularly dull subject, but certainly writes it in a very compelling way. So I'm changing the strategy here. I'm actually going to I'm going to clear out the riffraff and then get the quad damage. Assuming I don't flatten myself. Oh, I forgot. Where are you? Not exactly the one I was looking for, but I'll take it. Oh, you idiot! Okay. I feel like I left some armor somewhere I could access it. Okay, against my better judgment, I'm gonna try... I mean, like, this could be the end of the run here if I'm not careful, but... I don't have an infinite number of rockets, so I should be a little more careful. That is the ogre. Okay. Not yet. Most recent's about climate change. Oh, something of a shift of topic. Mind you, I like that. But yeah, anyways, so the one thing I loved about that article is that it drew my attention to... so first of all, flag, which is obviously old now, so that's maybe not quite as important. But it first of all, taught me that Arthur C. Clarke's actually written. He's written two works on telecommunications, but I think probably the one that certainly is the one I got, and I think probably the only one really worth reading because I think this one is sort of the continuation of his original article. It's called "How the World Was Won," ONE, and I think one of the things that is so interesting about that article is to realize how comparatively tame so much of our like modern sort of tech entrepreneurship is. And I realize like modern VC is full of incredibly colorful personalities and they just do not hold a candle to some of the absolute insanity that were the Victorians. I don't even care. Just spray it all against the wall and hope. Oh yeah, no, we killed it. That is exactly how that is designed to be done. Piece of cake, got it first try. Only took me 17 minutes. Actually, speaking of most recent books, I think Neil Stephenson's most recent book is about climate change. I think it's called Termination Shock. But I have some catching up to do. I read Anathem, loved it. Although it's very complicated. I think it's probably his most difficult that I've read so far. I think I need to read Reamdy next, Seven Eves, Fall or Dodge in Hell. Actually, my manager was kind enough to give me a gift certificate for sort of the local book chain. Oh, sorry, you're talking about Neil Stephenson. Yeah, cool. Did you like it? This is just unfair. Very familiar with Kim Stanley Robinson's Mystery of the Future, but a bit more approachable for most people. Yeah, so one thing I really like about Neil Stephenson, and I definitely have noticed in on some streams, people have fairly strong opinions about the quality of his writing. The most common thing that I hear is he doesn't know how to write endings, which is it's kind of like one of those memes, like, you know, Bethesda always releases buggy games, and it's like there's kind of some truth behind it, but like, I don't know, I liked how the Baroque cycle ended. I don't think, I guess Cryptonomicon I sort of felt was, it sort of seemed to stop more than end, I suppose, but like, I don't know, Snow Crash is like a giant chain gun on a boat, like, that's a pretty big ending. But yeah, it's like, again, I can sort of see the half-truth in it, but I also, I don't know, it just feels kind of mean, right? But I don't know, by and large, like, I like him, and I should maybe get some more opinions from the people I've recommended him to, because, I don't know, like, the books are pretty long, but I just think he's really good at spinning a yarn. Like, I think the books are usually pretty smart, and they're well written, but he's just really good at plots, and I don't know, I think that counts for something. Like, it's nice to have something that you can sort of keep turning the pages on and you know, get some action and so. Okay, so fair enough, a bit weak. I thought the main character was an African-American conservative, which was interesting. I mean, that's Thomas Sowell is probably a really good example of that. I mean, I guess I could say Clarence Thomas as well, but I know Thomas Sowell is certainly someone who sort of falls under, I don't know how much about the character in Termination Shock, but I tend to feel like the model for that kind of character is often, you feel like his books feel about half their actual. Yeah, I'll confess the longest... Actually, I think Anthem is probably the longest single book of his that I've read. Broke Cycle's, you know, split up into 3 volumes, but I must confess, I actually only ever listened to the Broke Cycle on audiobook. The Audible Frontiers version has some really good narrators to a point where it's almost like listening to a radio play. And I like that, but I'm like... I don't think there is any benefit in like shaming people for only listening to audiobooks, but I am actually a little old school in the sense that I do have a preference, and I think that there is value in specifically taking the time, focusing, and reading at your own pace. Good God. And I'm slightly disappointed in myself for not doing that with the Baroque Cycle, given how much I enjoy it. So that's eventually on the to-do list, but I kind of feel like reading some new stories would be good. And again, please don't take that as like, you know, poo-pooing audiobooks, because they definitely have their place. I just think, you know, if given the option... The analogy that I would actually pull is this, is like if you were to study a math text. Oh, main character in Termination is sort of a Trump conservative, but he never actually comes out and says it. Yeah, so I don't know, like I don't know how much Thomas Sowell you've read. I'm not this does not mean this is not an endorsement of the man's beliefs at all, but I'm almost wondering if that is the basis of that character. I should take a look. Then again, I also don't know Soul's opinion on the unnameable. Okay, cool. Sorry, it's always a minefield to see whether or not people have read some of the stuff that's being referenced. I think by and large, I'm probably less read on most of the stuff that chat is interested in than not. But the it's errors one way or the other always wind up rubbing people the wrong way. So if you assume too much, you're sort of an elitist who's talking down to someone as if they should know, you know, these obscure works you're talking about. And if you assume you don't, then, you know, it's like, what if I'm perfectly capable of reading the stuff that you've read. So, yeah, sorry, I always screw up the identifying what people are familiar with. Oh, God. Okay, the armor's helpful, but I don't think 8 health is going to do it. See if I left something back here. So I'll check chat in a second. Possibly longer. Not looking good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I really know is it seems to be about geoengineering, and I'd heard a little bit about the main character, but I didn't know as much as what you've suggested, so I'm definitely interested in it. But like I said, I'd probably prefer to actually, the one I'd really like to read is Seven Eves, because that seemed to be the one he was working on when he was talking about sort of, I mean, it wasn't just him, but it was kind of part of the larger movement, for lack of a better term, sort of trying to produce science fiction that was a little... Jesus! A little more aspirational. So I kind of want to see that. I think Hieroglyph was another, like, it was a collection of short stories that got produced out of that. I think the lesson is there's too much to read. I honestly need to get back reading fiction. I'd probably be better. I actually have a collection of Philip K. Dick stories that I haven't finished. There's a couple of really good ones, and it's the one that has We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, which is the Total Recall origin or the story that it was based off of. But there was one in there that I really like called Prominent Author. I think it also has Minority Report. But yeah, short. I mean, one, I get variety, and then two, it's a little bit less of a demand on time than, you know, a Neil Stevenson tome. Reading Half-Built Garden, which just released. Is that by a name I'd be... Well, chances are I'm not going to be familiar with any, but is that by a familiar name, or is that a new author? Okay, well, I can YOLO the... Oh, Jesus Christ! That looked like a fiend. Nope, that's an ogre. Well... Sweet health. Where'd he go? It's by Ruthana Ermis, who is a newish author. She usually writes fantasy, but this is a first contact story. That's a good one. I've actually got Childhood's End. That's something I found in a used bookstore, which I am sorry to say I have not yet read. But that's on the to-read list. Like I said, too many... I mean, so I don't think nonfiction is a terrible way to spend your time, but everything in moderation. And in this case, I sort of feel like I could be spending a little more time with things that fuel the imagination. Okay, that's actually really funny. Slightly annoying that they decided to teach me that way, but it might have been a little bit nicer for them to inform me that slime slime would do that earlier on in the level, but very cute. Yeah. Nonfiction is best for audiobooks. They feel like podcasts. Yeah, actually, so sorry, I was going to talk about the analogy. So I actually kind of feel the opposite personally. Now, again, this is just this is me speaking my own preferences in that. But like, the challenge that I have with audiobooks is I always like to imagine is like if I were to be sitting with a math text, and I were to be listening to it as an audiobook, how would I feel about that? And for the most part, at the minimum, I would be stopping it and rewinding it a lot. And in practice, I would probably just not retain as much. And of course, the reason for that is number one, there's a lot of special notation and symbols which are not easy to communicate. But number two, right, like math is complicated. It's, it does require some reasonably heavy thought that, you kind of need to both be in the mood for, but also, they sort of build, the ideas sort of build one on top of each other. And so you need to follow the argument quite closely. And it's definitely possible to sort of zone out while, listening to a podcast or an audiobook or what have you. So it's one of these things where I very much enjoy audiobooks, but I also sort of recognize that the quality of reading is quite different for me. And so it's one of the reasons why I try to hang on to the experience of sort of sitting down and spending the time with a printed book, because I sort of know I am, at least for myself, I'm quite capable of sort of deceiving myself of having retained more than I actually have. Other people may not have that problem, but I sort of think because we have a stronger tendency to multitask, I have a feeling that more audiobooks are sort of being listened alongside something, and I don't know, like I sometimes think that there is some benefit to the focus. So yeah, with that in mind, I actually kind of have the opposite, which is that I've tended to listen to fiction as an audiobook, and my nonfiction I tend to sit down and read. Then again, the majority of my reading is nonfiction, so it could just be that the majority of my reading is sitting down and focusing. I figure I'll get some of this back by taking out the ogres, but... Oh, damn it. Trying to think, yeah, there's probably some value in trying to take those guys out, but I don't have a lot of rockets. You know what? Changed my mind. I will get them on the other side. I just need to remember that that's a debt that I owe myself. Okay. Oh, crap. I forgot. I let him take some big chunks off of me. That's not good. I just walked right into that. Okay, so there we go. So I figure I'm less likely to use the shotgun for a lot of these future encounters, so I can sort of soften them up, recharge my rockets, which I'm going to be using a little bit more often in the next sections. Holy crap. It'd help if I hit stuff, though. But yeah, I don't know. It's probably the distinction is probably more it's almost like a taste of genre. Like people will tend to read certain material for certain reasons, and that'll probably inform their choice of, as you say, voice or media. All right, so lessons to be learned. You know what? I should probably deal with the riffraff up here first. I mean, I sort of have the nails for it, but this definitely feels like a shotgun job. This is not terrible. I feel like there's enough stuff for me to duck under, and the grenades are bouncy enough that... Although they almost clipped me there. I only have 7 health, right? So this is definitely a very interesting... very interesting way of using it. Okay. You... I think when it comes to the Fiend, I'm probably going to have to switch to the Super Nail Gun. But like I said, I'm less likely to use the shotgun in these, like, massive fights, so... Okay. Now he takes a flying leap at me. Cool. Okay, so there's no possible way... I may not even survive the jump. I had a way of getting up there before. If nothing else, I'll just get a chance for some coffee. I only have 16 rockets. That's a bit of a worry. Ah, yes, I remember this bit now. So I gotta make good use of the time. Oh, Christ. Screw it. Saved. At this point, I just throw whatever I can at them. How do you like it? All right. I feel like this is another one. So it's when it's solo enemies, I feel a little bit safer using the shotgun. Oh god. Definitely don't want to do the electronic weapon. This is gonna drown me, isn't it? I feel it's always a little mean to have the sections that sort of force you to lose a little health. Because, like, if there's been a couple of times where I've had, like, 7 or 8 health. And I feel like that probably could have killed me. But, I don't know. It didn't actually do that, so I suppose I shouldn't complain too much. But yes, solo shotgun right now has sort of been my weapon of choice, just so I can, like, conserve the ammo for all the other stuff. Huh. Okay, so as is tradition, Holy Jesus. I don't mind dragging this out because there's still a shambler waiting there for me. Oh, that was so careless. I have to do anything I can do to find more ammo. Or, not ammo, health. I'm probably hosed, though. Okay. That sounded like... I don't know if that was him shooting lightning or if that was another thing that spawned. God, there's so many guys. That was definitely lightning. I will eventually start using rockets and stuff like that, but just the chance of me tagging the corner and ending the run like that is too... It's too great given the fact I might see the end of this level still. Like, obviously I'm shooting a lot of air out of paranoia. Oh! I like that sound. Oh, sorry, I stopped them from fighting each other. Okay, sounds like a fight's still going on. I only have weapons of self-destruction left. Watch, there's gonna be some like zombie or something in the corner that just ruins my day. Nope. Well, it's sure gonna be an interesting boss fight. Okay. This is probably not a boss fight. No, the Dismal Oubliette. It's the last level of this. I found that when I was trying to find out who designed that oh so clever level. Why do I even bother? God, I am a special kind of stupid. Yeah. The game is very fair to sass me on that. Alright. Let's try not doing any of the things you just saw me do. Okay, I'll use the nails as a... Like, I'm gonna try and save up the nails for starters. Interesting. ready to use... Okay, that sounded like a shambler. Oh, there you are. Am I going nuts? Jeez. I'm getting a little bit better at my aiming on the rockets, I guess. Nice. Okay, that was careless, but... Oh, good God, I do not deserve to live. Oh, God! So that fiend is going to be an absolute pain. So the really tricky part here is just because I don't know what's coming up, I don't necessarily have a good idea for when to... Why, oh why did I play this game on this difficulty? There's another one. Sorry, I really should be making the most of the... Again, I'm not going to use shotguns for most other enemies, so... Just because I'm freaking out doesn't mean I should waste ammo. Unless it's shotgun ammo. But yeah, so the challenge here is I don't have a good read on when something like large and terrifying comes up. So as a result, it's a little hard to imagine when I should get the quad damage and the super armor. I can grab it now, but like the challenge is there's only so much time. So like one thing that could happen here, I'm gonna I suck. If I hurry, I might be able to get him before he gets on the stairs. I think any hope of doing that probably vanished when I went the wrong way. But yeah, like I said, so like that one night like that is not the sort of thing I want to go and blow a quad damage on, right? Like this is something I can handle with a shotgun as long as I'm careful. In fact, if I can lure him onto the stairs here, right? I was able to deal with the fiends that way, so presumably a Black Knight, even though it does have a ranged attack, that's something I should be able to handle. Okay, my outside option is to fall off the edge. There we go. I thought I heard a second, but... This is a good music cue for this section. This feels like something... Where's the rocket launcher? There we go. I'm learning. Oh, Jesus. All right. This seems to be the kind of time I would be willing to, you know, I figure, you know, evil signs on a pillar and a blocked door is about as good of a signal as I'm going to get for strap in, boys. Mind you, the quad damage might be done by the time I arrive. All right, not a bad showing. I should be using the shotgun for that. Let's just take a second here. Yeah, there's definitely some goodies, but I feel like that's for later. Ah, temporary. Okay. I definitely don't mind engaging this guy at range. I'm better at dodging grenades than he is at dodging buckshot. Oh god, they love their fiends in this level. Okay, I probably want to dodge the grenades, but I can probably take... The high ground feels slightly more effective than it really is, and I think that's... Okay, they might start fighting. Yeah, it definitely looks like he's mad at him, but... I think that's going to be too much of a waste of shotgun when I have an enemy that wants to do me severe harm, and this is the worst possible place I could be for fighting this guy. Okay. Oh, you're kidding me? Please enjoy this free electricity. Oh my god. Please enjoy this free electricity to fire in the underwater section. No! Oh, Jesus, that could have gone bad. You're kidding me. Okay, it's telling me to go up, but I don't want to be dodging grenades at the same time. It's definitely very different from the, I mean, assuming this is the last level, it's definitely very different from the last one, which was a more traditional boss fight. Okay, I'm gonna have to either be quicker on the trigger or... Alright, I don't have any evidence that that ogre's dead yet, but... Yeah, they're all here. Good news is, I got a whole lot of... Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, he totally just fell down the... No! Oh my god! Oh, please, no. No! This was going so well! I mean, we're alive. That's about all I can really say for that. There is so much stuff that wants to kill me here. I am actually going to take a second to see if there's something else I can work with. Nope. It's definitely an interesting place for me to be using quad damage, but... Jesus Christ. This game hates me. But this is why we packed up on rockets. And I think we got some yellow armor waiting for us, assuming we can draw the other bridge. Not make this too easy now. I am kind of glad that you can stun them with certain attacks. I feel like that's kind of saved my bacon a couple of times. Okay, sounds like I'm gonna have to use a grenade against a zombie in there. If I'm lucky, I might have got 2 for 1. Nope. Okay. I gotta be suspicious of everything in this level. Because it said the center bridge. Like, basically, if you change a bridge, it's not gonna... There's no indication as to what else has changed. Okay, so there's clearly something terrible back there. It definitely sounded like one of those hit it, but I don't have unlimited grenades, so I... Yeah, it's not an easy read. Well, that sucked. So it sounds like that thing I was going after might be on the second floor. What in heaven's name is this? Pentagram of protection? Oh. Alright, I don't know what this does, but let's make the most of it. Ah, immortality. Alright, I can work with that. I feel like I probably could have made better use of that, but it definitely got me through a room I would have been exercising the limits of my vocabulary with. Yee! Super nail guns generally serve me well when I'm in close quarters and not sure what. Okay. I probably have less to fear water-wise here. Damn it. Whoa. Yeah, I'll get the next one, thanks. Okay. I gotta be very suspicious when I see this many nails and health sitting around. I'm assuming all hell breaks loose as soon as I grab the key. I hate this game so much. Where's the Thunderbolt? Oh my god! No! Oh, that's so disappointing. Alright, well. I guess the good news is there were some obvious efficiencies I could find. I have a little bit of a better idea what await. I mean, I don't remember this level too well, but I think I have kind of the broad strokes of what to look out for. I'm already an hour over, but the coffee's keeping me going, and it would be a shame to leave it here. Obviously I was thinking about the grenade, but I don't know if ogres are resistant to blast damage. It definitely certainly their own. God, I have almost eaten those way too many times for comfort. Definitely feels like they are resistant to blast damage, at minimum their own. Okay, 3 for a fiend. I should probably find out how many rocket shots it takes to take out a it takes to take out a shambler. He's gonna be coming back up. I thought I dealt with these guys already. So again, I'm not going for the sterner stuff until I think I can get by with just rocket. Right, I want to take out the fiend first, though. There was like a nightmare room that... Okay. I feel like I'm forgetting a whole section where yeah, so I mean, I've definitely noticed that it takes a lot of rockets. I guess the only thing that I would say is that sometimes when I'm trying to take advantage of the environment to kind of dodge around them, like doing any damage, even if it's just a little bit of chip damage, is better than nothing, right? So for some of them, I don't know, like I realize on Twitch some people just want to see perfect Quake play. Like, this is my first time doing any of these levels. And clearly I'm playing it on a difficulty well beyond what I probably should be. But I don't know, I tend to find the ability to do damage indirectly is strong enough that I'm willing to take on that inconvenience. Oh, hello, Shambler. Like, especially contrasting it to how I've performed with the shotgun sometimes against them. I'm sort of willing to... I'm willing to go for what seems like on paper the suboptimal play, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So obviously I forgot about that other Shambler, so... Oh, wait a minute, no, there was that hell room when I got the pentagram of protection. That's right. Ah, yes, this joy. Alright. So it makes me wonder if maybe the next... Well, there won't be a next time I do this, because obviously I'm going to kill it, but... I wonder if the next time maybe I want to preserve all the bonuses for... after I've done the gold key stuff. Okay, so a couple fiends show up when I hit this button. I definitely was not imagining them last time. So where'd they go? If I hop... Okay. They'll just scare the hell out of me when... Actually, weirdly enough, I'm short on rockets, where it used to be I was overweight on shells. Oh no, this is where the Shambler shows up. Okay. So I'm going to chuck 2 grenades down on this guy's head. 3. Man, that is a tricky bit of design. Okay. Hopefully I can pick up some of the nails. Why did I think there was health up there? Okay, Nice for style points, but Jesus Christ, rockets are not melee weapons. I hate this game. I think there was a fiend that showed up. Definitely sounds like a fiend, but I could be mistaken. Right. Well. Oh, interesting. That was actually pretty wasteful, but oh no, hang on, I didn't have the armor yet. Okay. Right, okay, so whoa. I think I'll just deal with it next round. I gotta dump out these shells and get rockets in exchange. I guess nails are acceptable too, but against my better judgment, I'll try the shotgun. Yeah, it's an ogre. Oh, and a fiend. I am so dead. Wait. This is definitely the point where I found the secret. Gonna take that for the way back. Ah, good God. Okay. So apparently I just lucked into it last time without even thinking. And like now that I need it, I'm drawing a blank. I don't know what I thought I was accomplishing doing that, but there we go. Okay. Yeah, let's just rock and roll and hope we can maybe make a little more progress on this stuff. Oh, wrong way. So I think I give up my armor for that. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure about that trade-off, but I mean it got me through a tough spot, so hard to complain. I clearly used more nails than I got back. How many of these guys are there? Oh god, my aim. Okay, not crazy about that zombie sound, but... Did I really get him? Cool. That armor might have made a little more sense to grab after whatever this encounter is, because I'm sure I'm going to lose some of it, but this may also mean the difference between living and not. Okay, so now I can afford the... And we should be able to go back up to claim... Wait a minute. Okay. No, okay. There we go. I thought that was a weird number to leave it at. I can probably grab the remaining nails. Okay. The fact that there's zombies that appeared there... Maybe I shouldn't question it. Okay. This was the wrong choice, but... So at this point I should basically expect anything to pop up. I bet they're gonna put like another set of nails right here. I hate everything about this game. Oh god, what? Oh Jesus, the heat-seeking nightmares. Thank the maker. Oh god, what a way to end that level. God damn. And apparently I left something. I wonder if it's that little fella doing the dance on the left. The rune of black magic throbs evilly in your hand and whispers dark thoughts into your brain. You learn the inmost lore of the Hell Mother, Shub Niggurath. You now know that she is behind all the terrible plotting which has led to so much death and horror. But she is not inviolate. Armed with this rune, you realize that once all 4 runes are combined, the gate to Shub Niggurath's pit will open, and you can face the witch goddess herself in her frightful otherworld cathedral. Cool. Obviously, got it first try. I don't know why people think this is a difficult game. I also have no idea why it's pointing me to this area when clearly it's sealed off. But that's it for me tonight. I don't know... I'm just gonna save it over every single one of these, because otherwise I'm gonna get lost. Yeah, I don't know if there is a taste for me doing more Quake like this, or if I should just do this on my own time, but I kind of like the fact that the episodes almost fit in what would be a standard session for me. And in fairness, like, I was really chatty today, so like I think the opening 15-20 minutes was some movie talk. I definitely paused to chat about a few other things. Now, I also suspect the levels are going to get more difficult, but I could definitely see a couple more Fridays in the future closing out Quake. Like I said, the restoration of the original soundtrack is a really big plus for this game, in my opinion, but it does come at the cost of the video's demonetized, at least for me. I'm sure, I guess Interscope would have been the ones who'd be making the money off. Anyways, whoever owns the rights, clearly I'm not making any money off of it. So that's not terrible, but... By the way, it's kind of neat. If you notice in this demo, they actually get rid of the area where the... Or hang on. No, sorry, I'm thinking of a different section. Never mind. But yeah, I don't know if you feel strongly one way or the other, if you'd like to see more Quake, or if this is really... I guess if this is really not doing it for you, you're probably not watching the video. But I'd kind of like to see how it all ends. Like, 2 more episodes, probably two more Fridays. Maybe make sure that they're days that I don't have any other big plans. As for future plans, again, Monday is a Canadian, well, provincial holiday, probably not a federal holiday. And I'm very likely going to take that for myself. So, yeah, there were definitely ogres on that when I did it. But yeah, so Monday I may not be streaming. If I do, almost certainly Old World. We'll probably... I don't know if we'll be able to wrap up Industries of Titan Wednesday, but if I don't stream on Monday, then I will see you all Wednesday. And if we don't finish Industries of Titan, we'll at least be in shooting distance by the end. And then next Friday, I feel like I should probably get back to Out There Oceans of Time, which I was going to play tonight, but I sort of wanted a change of pace. And I don't know, I had a good time with this, so I feel like I made the right call. But if you feel very attached to that game, let me know and I'll do that instead. Now, if I can ask for your patience for one more second, I'm going to just load up Chrome and see who's streaming. It's like 2:30 in the morning where I am, so I suspect most of the people who I would normally host are not going to be online. But I will do my best. Well, there's more people online than I thought there would be. Okay, I may have just lost... my desktop audio. Let me take a quick second here. Nope. Okay. Hey, Decree. Sorry, I know you were lying back in basking in the elite gameplay. I think I'm gonna host Kilgore Trout. He is on the verge of a move, so I think normally he would have been doing box and movie hype about now. But he he's currently playing Blakestone. So I don't know, even older Aliens of Gold, even older first person FPS. But yeah, he plays a lot of classic games. I think he's packed up his original hardware, but he tends to play a lot of older games on like a Pentium MMX and all the stuff that old people remember. But he's definitely a fun streamer to check out if you like more retro stuff. Like I said, if I am not streaming on Monday, it's not because I'm blowing out my schedule again. It is because I'm choosing to take the day off. If I do stream, I'll obviously say that on Twitter. Failing that, I hope you all have a nice weekend. I hope I get a chance to see you on Wednesday at the latest for Industries of Titan. And then more likely than not, but no guarantees, Out There, Oceans of Time. Although if I really feel like more Quake, I may allow myself that. So again, if you feel strongly about the presence of Quake or the absence of Quake, let me know. Please enjoy Kilgore. Have a lovely rest, Tikri, assuming you can get around to it. I almost forgot I need to do my writing for today, so I'm due for bed at least at 3:10. But anyways, see ya. Have a good night.